nature never dead, truth hidden in the core. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky, this pirate rides, with a heart spun out of gold. Sirens sing their haunting song, galaxies in waves unfold. Deep in caverns dark and long, jewels and secrets hold. Knots drawn in celestial lake lead to worlds unknown and wild. In his chest a portal links dreams and stars of a trial. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky, this pirate rides, with a heart spun out of gold.
Greetings and salutations, my friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel. Hope you guys are doing okay. I know I am. It has been a hell of a day. Considering I just woke up. It's a hell of a day. Hidden Sage, greetings and salutations, my friend. How you doing, bud? So, yesterday was a fun day. After my stream, I had a little walk, spent a little time with my family. It was great. Now, I'm freezing my ass off. I don't know why, dude. It's so weird. It might have to do with the fact that I'm like dropping weight like a madman. That might have something to do with it. I weighed myself this morning when I got up, and I was 211. That has been the lowest I have been in a long time. Been pretty good, though. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Excuse me. Feeling damn good about it. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so this morning I don't have there's not been much news since we last spoke. So I'm probably just going to go through a few things, and then we're going to do some POE2. Damn. Yes, indeed, sir. Yes, indeed. And on that note, my friends, it is time, once again, for us to join together in the most glorious of kumbayas. It's called the simultaneous sip, and all you gotta do, my dudes, is grab that cup or mug or glass, perhaps a take or chalice or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug or flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like, that's right, it's the morning coffee. Deliciously, magnificently, tango made. And join me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauceness that is the simultaneous sip. It's happening right freaking now. Go! Oh, that's some good stuff right there. Oh, that's hot. Okay. I want to say I'm getting old, but that's not what it was. Chugging hot ass coffee is not a good start. Not a good way to start the day. I still can't freaking get rid of that shadow. Anyway, so This right here is basically Aganab, greetings and salutations. Oh goodness me, thank you for reminding me, sir. See, it's always something that I forget. It really, truly is always something that I forget. Thank you. I will go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and bada bang. I appreciate you, buddy. I missed the entire last stream because no, I'm so sorry, Akanab. I am so very sorry. I will do better. I will do better, my friend. Bam. Excuse me. All right, it's up. Look, verify. Okay. Maybe you can set up a bot that does it for you whenever you start the stream. I've seen other streamers do this. Not sure how difficult it is. That's not a bad idea. I wonder how to do that. That's something I have to think of, because that's one of those things where it's like, this is the problem that I have with just all of this in general, and it's one of the reasons that every time the stream starts, something always is wrong, and it's because I've tried doing the like checklist thing, and it doesn't really work because there's either always something new or it changes or something like that, but there's just always like one little thing, and if I had to do every little thing, then it would be like a 300 fucking point checklist, right? It'd be like starting a helicopter to start my stream, and I'm just gonna roll with it and make fun of myself for doing it. So there you go. There is Me6 Discord bot that can do this. Ooh, hello. Well, there you go. To be fair, it's entirely possible I could link it to my stream deck and have it just automatically post something on Discord. I think I could actually do that through my little board, so that I could add it to the start stream command. That'd probably be a good idea to do. I'd probably be a good one, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you? Get rid of that shit right there. Okay, so let us begin with this amazing meme that perfectly describes how I'm sure a lot of people feel, including myself, about promises made, promises kept. Now, I am a big fan of what's going on in immigration. I think we let way too many people in illegally into this country, and it got really, really bad. And then, not only that, a certain administration that shall not be named made said illegal migration pseudo-legal by allowing the criminal aliens that were already here to apply for asylum, even though they were already in the country and already broken the law to get into the country. So literally anyone from MS-13 to your abuelo down the street could just hop over the border and then claim asylum once they got caught. And that's just, I just want to state it for the record. All right, we need to make sure that we understand exactly what's going on here. All right, because
it's absolutely fucking retarded.
Okay, thank you. And this is one of the reasons why I've been talking about justifications for suspending civil rights, is because if the situation gets bad enough, everybody knows that's exactly what's going to happen. Not for immigration. I'm talking about, like, say we got invaded, right? Just like Ukraine declared martial law when they got invaded, right? This is a normal European thing that they do. It's not really something we do here in the United States overly much. And it's considered an extreme measure to do so, but we've absolutely done so in the past, especially when we're at war, especially when we're in an emergency. I mean, like, it's one of these deals where I'm starting to not like the people this is what it boils down to. There were a lot of people who were with me, right, who are on the side of we should not be allowing criminal aliens to declare that they are asylum seekers if they are caught illegally in the United States. And we should not be we should, plug up the holes in the border wall and try as best we can to keep people from just hopping over the damn thing. They need to come in through, the normal ports, be orderly and nice and bureaucratic and all that other bullshit. Because I don't see why we have giant bureaucracies if we're just going to like ignore them, right? We're going to pay all this money for these giant bureaucracies to handle all this bullshit, and then we're just going to ignore all that shit. It blows my mind, right? So there were people who were agreeing with me back when that was happening. And those people are arguing against supporting the criminal aliens without the same due process as a normal citizen would have, right? And that's fine. They can do that. The thing that's really starting to make me angry, really, really angry, are the people who excused all the illegal stuff going on, all the criminality. They excused every fucking bit of it, made excuses, hid it from us. I mean, like the trafficking kids thing was just, it blew me away, and it like almost none of the mainstream media even covered it, including Fox for that matter. And all the people who were excusing all the criminality, oh, now they care about law and order. Now they want the rules to be followed. That pisses me off. And so the people who are making arguments in good faith, I completely understand, and I'm 100% on board with what they're doing. Because they're arguing from a place of principle, you know, and stuff like that. Like Devo is a good example of this. Short Fat Otaku. He's a good example of this. He was on the same side as me as, you know, we shouldn't be allowing this. Obviously, we should allow asylum seekers to come here. I'm 100% in favor of people who need political asylum to come to the United States and potentially stay here for a while before they need to go back home, or potentially even staying here permanently. I'm okay with that. I just don't think we should put them all in one fucking place in a small town in Ohio, or, you know, giant enclaves in Michigan where all the Somalis go. Like, that's the thing. It's like, if you're a citizen, you get freedom of movement. And if you're a guest in this country, you also get freedom of movement. But if you're going to be a guest in this country and you want to live here, then we should at least limit how much of a giant enclave you can create in any singular place, right? That should be something that we should limit, right? Simply due to the fact that it could create bad outcomes, right? But like I said, it really angers me, all the people who are on the opposite side of the criminal aliens entering the country issue, but are now wanting to follow the rules. It really kills me. And to be fair, I want to follow the rules too. I just want to change the rules so it's easier to fucking deport them. That's what I want to do. I do not want to take away their due process. I want to give them due process. I just want to change it so that it's easier to fucking kick them out. That's basically what I'm throwing down there. Because we absolutely should not deny due process to anyone who deserves it. Simple as. No question. Yeah, that word "deserve" is doing a lot of work there. Maybe I should rephrase that. Is that natural rights are not given by the government, they're protected. And so in the state of emergency that we are, with the fucking all the criminal aliens doing all kinds of fucked up shit in this country, then yeah, maybe we should. And then the thing that bothers me is that I know that this is going to be abused. I know it is. Just like Blue Team abused the asylum process to allow millions of fucking people to come into the country illegally and like fuck up the border and shit. Just like I know that they abuse that. I know that anybody who is in power that does what I just said will probably abuse it. That's the thing. That's another thing that bothers me. It's like, no matter what happens, we're not going to get out of a situation where it's going to be abused. We live in too big of a country that's too powerful, that has too many moving parts in bureaucracy that cannot be properly vetted. And that's another thing that it's really hard, it feels like, to hold the government to account when you need to, and the only people that can are the two teams. That's the thing that really bothers me. So if Blue Team does something fucked up, only the red team has the ability and power and machinations to actually be able to hold them to account. But most of the time they either don't because they're secretly in agreement, or it's not really going to be politically convenient, or they're using it as a bludgeon to hurt the other team rather than actually like fix a fucking problem. And this is a problem with both teams, right? It's the same thing when red team does something. Blue team are some of the only people that can really have the ability, the power, and the machinations to hold them to account. And 9 times out of 10, they either use it to beat the other side to death, or they use it for other political machinations and whatnot, not actually to fix a fucking problem. And one of the things that's also bothering me about this whole situation is that when you watch a lot of these hearings inside of the inside of like Congress or whatever, and you've got these people testifying in front of our congressman, what do you see when you see clips of that on like X or Shorts or on YouTube or Reels or whatever the fuck they're called? What you see is usually, most of the time, you see like one individual and they're like laying down the law. But if you actually watched the entire clip in context, where you can see where there's no cuts, then what you will see is that you've got this person who's fucking laying down the law, but the things that they're saying are not congruent with the things that are being actually talked about. That they're literally doing what they're doing to make a clip and put it on the internet. That's what they're doing. The road to any actual reform is hella fought, and when nobody is incentivized to actually fix problems. Yeah. And that's been the problem with immigration for 30, 40 years now, man. Like, it's 2025. This has been like Bill Clinton promised to fix immigration. George W. Bush promised to fix immigration. Barack Obama promised to fix immigration. Trump promised to fix immigration. Biden promised to fix immigration. And when you have executives from both sides of the aisle promising to do something about this problem, and it never fucking gets taken care of, it gets really frustrating. Really, really frustrating. Now, and like I was saying about the clips, it's like you see it now. It's like, oh, I watch clips and I'm like, okay, you know, there's if I see someone who's just talking in Congress, I usually ignore just that. What I want to see is what was said before they started their fucking little speech, what was said after, and who they were talking to. Because 9 times out of 10, if it's somebody who's ideologically opposed to blue team, then the blue team members are literally just spouting off fucking spouting off bullshit political lines to, you know, touch all of the keystones of their base. Oh, you know, you hate women, you hate minorities, you know, you want to strip them of voting rights, blah, 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 you know, all that shit. And I mean, red team does exactly the same shit. Let's be real. They are exactly the same in this. And I don't necessarily blame them because, what is it called? Clip farming? I think that's what it's called. I don't necessarily blame them. I just wish it were more organic. And this is one of the reasons, and people want to know why Trump feels like an authentic individual, even though he's not. It's that he doesn't need to clip farm. He just fucking rants, and it doesn't matter, right? And it's one of the more interesting things about the psychological phenomenon that is Trump. At this point, I'm actually just flabbergasted, especially with the Bill Maher reveal about how the crazy man that we see on TV isn't actually what he's like. And yet he's considered one of the most authentic politicians, you know, on board right now. And the funny thing is I think what it has to do with is it's the same thing that I do when I become Tango Hotel. When I step out of my real life and I come on the internet and I'm this rather than the person I am in real life. These are pretty much the same. There's just one difference. And that is that I turn my personality up to like 11. Because, you know, I'm a goofy motherfucker. I like jokes. I like to have fun. I like to play. And, you know, my wife is the person who sees this the most out of me. And how much I just joke around. Like, it's actually a coping mechanism I had when my mom died and I was at the funeral home. That's literally the only thing I could do was just tell jokes all day, every day. It's a huge coping mechanism of mine. And so that's kind of how I feel that it manifests in our society. But anyway, to get back to this, I went off on a fucking huge tangent there. Yeah, I really do think that the reason that the Trump administration and all the promises that he made during his campaign, one of the reasons he made so fucking many promises was so he could do shit like this. Was so anytime there was bad PR or there was something going on, you have a fallback plan. You got 15 different things you can talk about that are these huge things, and they divide up into like 30 or 40 different things. And so you could just, oh, this bad thing happened. When the news starts talking about it, the administration just starts talking about something else. And I really don't give a fuck about putting tariffs on penguins. Like, you making fun of that doesn't make it any less retarded, right? Doesn't make you any less retarded for making fun of it when the point of it is to prevent people from going around tariffs. Like, okay. Who's actually the idiot here, right? Especially considering, like, he didn't actually put it on the penguins, he put it on the island. But anyway, that's irrelevant. But this is another thing that I've heard a lot of people talk about with Doge finding all the fraud in the government. Oh, I definitely believe there's fraud, and I definitely believe they're finding some of it. My question is, why aren't we naming names? Where are the arrests? Where are the perp walks? Where's the shame? Who are these people that are defrauding the government? I want them in jail. I want them tried. What the fuck is going on? Why are there no? Why is the DOJ not announcing? Oh, we've got a huge giant fucking list of people we're gonna publish soon. These are all the people that defrauded the government, and we're gonna go right the fuck after them. But we need to make sure we get the police on it. A dog just barked. Excuse me 1 second. Oh, and of course she's mad at the fucking cat for trying to eat her food. Okay, that's what. Thanks, dog. Appreciate that. Interrupted my goddamn stream. Anyway, she's a good puppy. Just giving her shit. Which is weird because the cat has food. I don't understand my cat. She's the most uncat-like cat I've ever fucking had, dude. Just like the rest of us, she's skittish and freaking, yeah. Anyway, so... But yeah, like, seriously, where are the arrests? Where are these people defrauding the government? Where are the FBI has all the client lists, right? Why are we not arresting people? Why are we not, even if we're not going to announce them, why are we not at least publishing this? If we don't have enough evidence to get a conviction, the government should at least put it out there and let everybody know. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I want to know who's defrauding the government. I want these people banned from ever doing anything with the government again. If you're defrauding the government for like Social Security or anything like that, and it's not like some like honest mistake, and you're just being a fucking shithead stealing from the government, then you should probably be banned from ever getting anything from the fucking government again that's not a jail cell. Cats aren't meant to be understood. You say that, but I've had a bunch of cats, and they've all had different personalities and stuff. This is the first cat where it's like she is legitimately like the most skittish thing I've ever fucking seen, man. And like, the reason I say that is because she's lived with me for like 3 years now, 4. She's almost 4, and we've owned her since she was a kitten. We adopted her from an animal shelter, and I think she just had like a really bad experience at that shelter because there was a lot of dogs there, and they were loud and barked all the time. And I think that's what it is that she's very sound sensitive. And I mean, she's still scared of me. Of me. Am I a big dude? Yes. Do I stomp around the house and it do because I just step heavy? Yes. And so she sees me coming, and if I'm walking toward her and I look at her, she bolts. But if I literally don't look at her and I'll walk up next to her and then I kneel and put my hand on her head, 9 times out of 10, I can pet her and she'll love on me and all this other stuff. But she'll run away from me. If I even show like the slightest bit of interest in her, it's the craziest thing. Anyway, so yeah, I want to know why are we not arresting people? If we're not arresting people, why are we not at least announcing that we're going to arrest people? Where's the list? I want the list. I don't care if it's Epstein's client list. I want the people defrauding the fucking government. If they found millions upon millions of dollars of fraud, if you have government employees doing shit that they shouldn't be doing, that's probably should be illegal, and we're firing them, why are we not arresting some of them too? Because the thing about it is that general government employees, I can understand them being able to get away with shit because of plausible deniability and people above them being able to like cover for them. But what about the people who authorize this shit? Why are we allowing these people to defraud the government? It doesn't matter if it was technically legal. If they're using legal technicalities to defraud the government, there's got to be something you can do about it. Like this is insane that we're getting all this shit about fraud, and I'm not hearing anything about any arrests. I mean, every now and then you hear something about the DOJ arresting people. You know what? I should actually just go ahead and look. We should look. I do believe that they just arrest one of the reps in Congress for that was April 10th. Okay, so DOJ didn't announce that. Anyway, they just arrested a congresswoman for something. That was in 2017. I saw it recently. Is it her? No, I don't think that's it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There was somebody in Congress that got hit with something to do with money. So yeah, I can't pull it up. I can't remember at the moment, and I probably didn't save it. At least I don't think I did. No, I don't have too much going on today. But yeah, this shit really bothers me, man. That there's not. We're talking about holding people accountable. We're talking about getting all this shit out of the actual government, and then this shit happens, right? It's all about the tariffs. There's not much else going on here. So, yeah, I can't remember who it was. I'm pretty sure it was a rep. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Take a look at that. New Jersey, that was 1.5 years ago. Yeah, it was recent though. It was recent. Former U.S. Rep T.J. Cox, that was February 3rd, pled guilty to wire fraud. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was that really racist black lady. But of course, like, I don't know exactly what it is, so I literally cannot fucking find it. So annoying. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, anyway. So there was one or two people that I've seen, but it's not like they're being held accountable for, like, the Epstein list or, you know, defrauding the government or anything like that, right? For all the money that Doge has found. That's kind of what I was getting at. And it's really fucking annoying and I'm not able to find it. I saw like several different posts and I was just like, oh, I'll obviously be able to find it later. Is that her? Yeah, I think that's it. No, it wasn't her. Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna move on. There's no point in keep on going. Anyway. When I search carbon spinner fraud, the only thing is this year is DDG is some updates about the George Santos trial. That was starting at the end of the month, apparently. Yeah. That's why I'm like, damn, where did I see that? And maybe it was a state legislature thing. I'm like I said, I just can't remember. If I doom scroll long enough, I'll eventually find it, but I'm not gonna do that on stream. So I've done enough bullshitting. But yeah, this is the problem I have, is that we're doing a trade war, which is not necessarily bad, right? I'm in full support of fucking China, like they've been fucking us. I'm perfectly okay with that. It would be my hope that China could just follow the rules and not be a douchebag, and then I'd be cool. Because I don't want the Chinese people to suffer. I don't want Americans to suffer. Like, it's not normal Americans' fault. It's not normal Chinese people's fault that all this shit is going on. It has to do with our governments. You know, our governments made trade deals that were disadvantageous to the United States of America, and China made trade deals that were advantageous to themselves. I can't really fault the government for, you know, it's just like Trump says, I can't fault them for beating the fuck out of us if we just let them fucking do it. So, yeah, I mean, like, the fact that they're able to put their companies on our stock exchange and not follow the same guidelines as far as financial laws is, I had no clue that was the case. I knew they'd done like IP theft. I knew they'd done stuff like that. But to be on the stock exchange for damn near a decade and you still are not compliant with the laws of the United States of America when it concerns financing, or when it concerns your finances, that's ludicrous. Because I said this, I said this yesterday. If you did that, you would go to jail. Like, it blows my mind. It's just, and I'm sure there are European companies on the American Stock Exchange that have to follow the same goddamn rules, right? They'd go to jail, right? Right? So why are China companies exempt again? Why do they not have to follow the rules? Like, and here's another thing that I'm kind of blown away by. If they aren't following the rules, why don't we just delist them? Why don't we just take them off our stock exchange? Especially since we're now in a fucking trade war. Just fucking get rid of them. Is it going to cause too much pain? Is that what it's going to be? Speaking of pain, let's talk about this. Trump caved again on tariffs. And tariff exemptions. So he exempted electronics from the tariffs. Smartphones, semiconductors, electric circuits, and TVs represent a partial de-escalation of the Trump's trade war with China. The 20 product types include in the notice that are now exempt from the 125 reciprocal tariffs account for 23% of U.S. imports from China. There were even bigger winners in Asia, however, since these exemptions apply to all countries, not only China. At a stroke, 64% of all U.S. imports from Taiwan are now exempt from the 10% reciprocal tariff, 44% of Malaysia, and almost 30% of both Vietnam and Thailand. 10% and 12% of imports from India and Korea. And Mexico will also now be exempt. And this is the thing. It's like, I don't know what to think of this. Really? Because, I mean, you could make the argument, if you really wanted to glaze the fuck out of Trump's crotch, that what this is like, because think about it like this. The entire time he was campaigning, he said he was going to do tariffs. For decades, before he even became president the first time, what did he talk about? Tariffs. And so when he's campaigning, he's saying tariff, 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 tariff. Then when he gets in, up until the point where he actually enacted the tariff, what did he do? I'm going to tariff. I'm going to tariff. Tariff, 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 tariff. Every fucking week. Tariff, 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 tariff. He's just fucking talking about it all the time. So it really blew my mind that so many people and so many companies were actually unprepared for the contingency plan, that Trump was actually mad enough to do what he did. That kind of blew my mind. Because it's like, you know Trump's a madman. You know he's got a fucking gun in his hand. You know he's probably going to shoot it somewhere. Why would you not at least put on a bulletproof vest? Just to be safe. And then the stock exchange just drops off the fucking face of the planet. I'm sure there were a bunch of big companies that did a bunch of stuff in the background that we didn't hear about to prepare and to shore themselves up, of course. Like, because they're not stupid, right? If they were stupid, they wouldn't be in charge of, like, you know, multinational companies that rake in billions upon billions of dollars a year. So again, to continue the to lay this out, what this could be is, it could be, when they say relief, that this is a relief for the electronics industries and all that. I kind of agree that that is what the point is that I like, because here's the thing. It's like, does it make Trump look like a bitch to back off? I don't know. My default answer would be yes. But this is Trump we're talking about. And, like, saving face is possibly one of the best things he's probably good at. Part of the corporate reaction is just that they weren't ready for him to go that hard, that fast. Not going to lie. I was surprised that was that high of the initial rates with only, like, a week between announcements and taking effect. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'll give you that. And to be fair, the financial markets are always fairly volatile when crazy shit like that happens, right? That's one of the reasons why America is one of the best places to do business, is because we have a stable, law and order business society where, you know, if you and I sign a contract and I fuck you, you go tell the government and the government fucks me for you and gives you my shit. So, you know, and so, yeah. But, and so when unstable stuff happens, people tend to lose their goddamn minds, especially people who play the stock market. And so what this could be is it could be what everybody says. He's backing down. He's looking like a bitch. He can't help it. Blah, 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 blah. This is one of the reasons why Trump the other day, I tried to find the clip and I still could not fucking find it, dude. You know what? Let me try again. I might be able to find it now. in that
I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall.
when was this? April 9th. That was when did he? Yeah, okay, so this is probably it right here. This is probably it. This.
Ability. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what, and keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right? You got to go around them sometimes. You're not going to go through them. So I consider, you know, I think in financial markets, because they change. Look how much it changed today. We went from, you know, pretty moderate today, but over the last few days it looked pretty glum, to, I guess they say it was the biggest day in financial history. That's a pretty big change. And I think the word would be flexible. You have to be flexible. Like he's asking the question about some companies.
So he just admitted that the markets, most likely the bond market, is what made him be flexible. And the funny thing is that this is actually a reasonable response. I hate to fucking glaze the man because it looks bad and crazy kind of thing. And I half think this is fucking half of what the plan is to make himself look crazy.
No fault of their own. They happen to be in an industry that is more affected by these things than others. You have to be able to show a little flexibility. And I'm able to do that. You have to have...
Okay, so that was the clip where he's talking about being flexible, where he admits that basically the markets are the reason that he changed his mind. And so the thing you got to remember is that he made everybody go, you know, he did the big ask, he did the huge tariffs, and then he drew it back. So this is one of those things where, yes, it is one of those things where it is laid out in the art of the deal. I'm not saying that's what's going on. But it is one possibility of how this is being played out. Like, it's entirely possible, and I think that he's probably mostly just shooting from the hip. That he put out a bunch of goals and objectives, and he's basically firing them off, you know, doing what he can to make it happen, and then whichever one kind of works out the best, he's going to pivot to that being the, oh, this is the reason I did it, right? Because what was the reasons he gave? It was like taxes from getting, you know, basically collecting money from tariffs to get collecting money from tariffs to supply money to the government. The other one was to make trade more fair with the United States, with other countries. And then the other one was to bring manufacturing back to the United States. So if he gets any of those three, he can literally plant his fucking flag and declare victory. And even if he gets none of those with the world, but he gets it with China, that's going to be a big victory. He's going to just fucking plant that flag, dude. There's no doubt in my mind he's going to do that. Whether it's going to work or not is a whole nother ballgame. And so again, let's say if you were going to glaze the shit out of Trump and be like, okay, what's the plan? How is this supposedly going to work out? Because he did, I'm going to do tariffs for months and months and months while he was running, and then the entire time he's been president, tariffs. He's been doing all of that this entire time, and the market still took a dive, and basically dove off a damn cliff. One of the ways he could be playing this is to provide relief for these people for like the 90-day pause, right? It's basically like one of these things where it's like, we weren't prepared for the fallout, and so we're going to ease it back a little bit to see if we can get some breathing room. So one of the things that could, see how it says right here, Trump does Tim Apple a solid. There might be more to this headline than just shitting on Trump, right? It might be one of those things where it's like, he might be getting concessions out of big tech for the US, not necessarily to build factories here, but something. And providing them relief in the short term so that they can get their shit together and not like fall off and not continue to fall off a cliff, right? So that would be the steel man of what Trump is doing, right? So if you want to glaze the fuck out of him, that's one of the ways. Technically, that's not even really glaze. That's just, this is a possibility that could be happening, and it's fairly pragmatic in the way it's looking at it. It's not saying, oh, he's the greatest trader ever. Oh, you know, trader, T-A-R-D-E-R. T-R-A-D-E-R. Yeah, there we go. Not traitor. And like a mastermind and making deals and all this shit. That would be super glaze, right? This is not what that is. This is basically just, if this could be what's going on. It could also be that he got threatened by the big tech companies to do something. They were going to do something really bad to make him look even worse, and that's why he pivoted on this, because he did this dead of night, silent climb down on tariffs. Yeah. It really doesn't bode well, and it does. And I have a feeling. There are a lot of people who are saying that it makes him look like a bitch to do this because he essentially roached out. I don't know if that's true or not. Just because a bunch of people are saying it doesn't actually make it true, right? Because we're still talking about Trump. We still don't know what he's going to do with this. So we could have this could happen, and then Monday rolls around and something else crazy goes on with something like this, right? I just don't know. I just don't know what it's going to be, and whether it's going to be some kind of fucking masterstroke or whether he's going to like flop on the floor like a fucking fish. You know, because SpongeBob SquarePants is on. Yeah. In the end, I just don't know. I imagine it has to do with the fact that if he didn't do this, the stock market might have taken another dive, considering that big tech companies like Apple were gonna, like, it could have been really bad for them. And so that might be what it is. It could be that, you know, Tim Cook actually, you know, negotiated with Trump and was like, look, you know, just give me a little bit of relief and I'll give you something else. Maybe that's what's going on. Because, I mean, think about it like this. If the Trump administration is in negotiations with actual big tech companies, that might be why they did it in the middle of the night without any announcement or anything like that, because of all the stupid shit that people have been saying about how Trump was like saying that a bunch of billionaires made billions upon billions of dollars in the huge stock market swing. So it could be something like that, and it could just be pure stupidity. They're just stumbling around in the fucking dark, right? It could absolutely be that. It could absolutely 100% be that. And it really could, it really could be that he's just shooting from the hip. You know, there's all these different options, and it could be combinations of them. He could be shooting from the hip and betting on one of those three options that he put forward to save the day, right? If he gets huge concessions with bringing manufacturing back, win. If he gets better trade deals all around the world, but manufacturing doesn't come back, win. If he gets fucking huge amounts of like income from the tariffs themselves, fucking win, right? Or any number or combination of those, he can just declare that I won and be like, look, promise made, promise kept. The only thing he's doing good on, so far as I can see, in my opinion, is immigration. With doing the immigration stuff. Now, one of the big criticisms from a lot of people who are on the Trump side is that he's not doing it enough, right? He's not deporting enough people. And my argument to that would be, well, you don't want the government to have to deport people. But what Trump is doing is he's scaring the shit out of all of them so they'll just leave. Which is the best option, in my opinion, because that means they share. That means the criminal aliens are the ones that are burdened with the cost of leaving the United States rather than the American taxpayer, because the American taxpayer has to pay for ICE and all the logistics of ICE and all the, you know, to put them on a plane, to pay for them to be incarcerated, to pay for them to go before a judge. All of that shit is paid for by the American taxpayer. But if he can scare the fuck out of everybody and get them to self-deport and just leave, well, that saves us a bunch of fucking money. And it does the same thing. And so therefore he only really has to go after like the actual bad people who are like super, you know, criminal and all that. And by that I mean, like, you know, the Trendeawag, whatever the fuck that gay ass name is, and the MS-13, you know, just all the really bad hombres. Get them the fuck out of here. Also possible, this is partly another measure to try to get the bond market to chill out. Yeah, as of Friday afternoon, the 10-year yield was still moving up. See, I'm not an expert on the bond market at all. So let me rephrase that. I am a complete and utter dunce when it comes to the bond market. I don't know how it fucking works at all. I barely have any understanding of it. But from what I understand is that if it gets too bad, then the United States won't be able to sell its debt. Is that right? And if we can't sell our debt, then we can't actually like spend any more money. Because if nobody wants to buy the debt because they can get it on the secondary market for cheaper and with better interest rates. I think that's how that works. I could be completely mistaken. But yeah, it's entirely possible he is doing that. And here's another side of this too. If Trump is responding to the market, yield goes up means people are selling, so we have to offer higher. Yeah, that's it. That's right there. Yeah, there. Thank you. Appreciate that. So Hidden Sage says essentially, if the yield goes up, it means people are selling their bonds on the secondary market. The United States cannot sell on the secondary market. They have to sell it only on the primary one. And so if we want to sell on the primary market as the United States government, they have to sell at higher interest rates. Which means when you buy the bond, it has a higher interest rate on it. So after the 10 years is over, you get your money back plus however much interest it is, right? And we need the sales to continue or we are boned. Yeah. And not only that, if I'm not mistaken, I also believe that the secondary market, if people are dumping bonds like Japan did in response to Trump's tariffs, then what happens is if you flood the secondary market with bonds, the interest rate actually goes up because you're buying the bond at less money. Let's say you bought the bond for $100 and you sold it for $50. The interest rate stays the same, but because you sold it for less, you actually end up getting more interest out of it. I think that's how it works. I might be completely off base on that. And so that means it's even harder to compete against that, and so you have to raise those interest rates to get people to buy them. Otherwise, it's not economically feasible. And so you have another thing where if Trump is flexible enough for the markets, what that could mean is that yes, we have shown our pressure points, and so other countries can put pressure on those pressure points. But what happens when they do that? Right? Let's say the EU puts extreme pressure on one of these pressure points. Do you think that's going to make Americans more or less likely to like the EU and want to continue a trade war kind of scenario? I am unsure. Because we all know blue team will scream, "Oh, you know, the EU is perfectly reasonable for doing this, and Trump is a fucking madman," and everybody on red team is going to be like, "Oh, the EU, fuck them," you know. How is the actual normie population going to take it? That's the real big thing, right? How is it going to look when you put both teams aside? Because we all know which way they're going to swing. There's always going to be moderates on both sides that will absolutely swap, you know, because they're on principle, obviously. But it's not only if it shows our pressure points and if people press it, it allows Trump to use that as propaganda to continue what he's doing. But if he was responding to the markets, what that means is that he can start to tailor the tariffs to respond to the market better, right? So does that make sense? Or am I reaching on that one? Because it's like one of these things where it's like, well, if he responds to the market, yes, that shows you where our pressure points are, but that also means that we can do other things with other parts of our economy where they're not so much pressure points, but they're pressure points for other people. I don't know. Because you got to remember, right? Trump, for all of his horrible fucking qualities, there's one thing that pretty much everybody agrees with. The man can turn almost any situation into a leverage situation for himself, and is able to find free money where nobody saw it and just pick it up. Right? Free money. Space Force is a perfect example. We were eventually going to have a military force that's focused on outer space. The Air Force and the Navy are the primary ones that do it, mostly the Air Force. But the Air Force is meant to be an air superiority engine on our planet, not necessarily in outer space, even though it's a continuation of the sky. I don't give a fuck what Stargate says. They can fuck off. It's a great show, but as far as like how the military works, we don't even need to go there. Anyway, so the Space Force was essentially free money. It was somebody was going to have to do it, and so the fact that he was able to create this like huge media thing, like he's always going to be the man who created the Space Force. That's going to be something that's always his. And you say, oh yeah, that's hubris and all this. He's just like, yeah, but somebody was going to do it eventually. And so that's why he was able to use it to spin it into a good PR thing to make himself look better. I mean, you could say that's all like Machiavellian and he shouldn't be doing that, but it's like every fucking body does this, dude. Democrats, Republicans, independents, communists, Nazis, they all fucking do this shit because you need good PR so that you can show your base, the people that support you, that you're doing what's right for them, and you're showing the normies, hey, look, I'm actually doing work here. You know, I'm getting shit done. And then you can show the other team that hates your guts. I mean, it's win-win-win all around when you know what you're doing with the PR thing, right? So yeah, Space Force was an easy PR win, exactly. Doing it a decade before it's strictly necessary, maybe the most bog standard politician move he pulled in his first. I know, right? I was like, it kind of blew me away. It was like, yeah, we definitely need a Space Force, I guess. It's right. It's just one of those weird things. Because it's just like, once he announced it, I was like, damn. And I was in the military. I was in the Navy, you know, like I love space. And, you know, it was just natural for me to fall into the same paradigm as everybody else, that the Air Force is just going to be the one that's going to take care of that until there's more of a component that requires a different strategic branch of the government to do. Hang on a second. Right? And it's not even that. It's one of those things where whoever does control space will control the planet. That's just how it works. Once we develop, especially once direct energy weapons are developed and better weapons for that can be deployed from space, there's going to be no contest. Whoever owns space owns the planet. Simple as. It doesn't matter if you have nukes if I can shoot them down. Right? If I can shoot them down in orbit. Now, if you have hypersonic missiles, that's a whole nother ball game, and that's a very different thing. I have my doubts on the hypersonic missile thing. I've done a little bit of research into it, and I'm half convinced that it's literally just Russia, China, and the United States and a few other countries. Everybody's saying they have hypersonic technology, and it's all a lie, and just everybody's just playing along with it, because if we call Russia out, they call us out, and same with China and everybody else. It's like, so we're just pretending that this is a thing. Now, I know they actually do exist, but I'm talking about like how effective they are, how much they're deployed, all the other stuff. Because it is an actual technology. I'm not saying it's not. But it is one of these things where the thing that blows me away about that specifically is that the United States of America had stealth bombers and stealth fighters for like 20 years before the public knew about them. And maybe I'm wrong. You know, it could be I could be completely, you know, huffing my own American copium here. But I find it hard to believe that fucking Russia, of all places, has any kind of technological advancement on the United States at all. Russia's absolutely bluffing. Look at the size of their budget. Adjust for how more corruption. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what gets me. It's like they have nukes, sure. They say they have hypersonic missiles, and so does our news. That doesn't make it true necessarily, or that they work as well as they say they do. And again, Hidden Sage brings up an absolutely excellent point. The size of their budget, and then how much corruption they have in their government. Like, It's astronomical. Like, you think our government is bad? If you live in a first world country, you have no idea how bad corruption gets unless you've actually been to other countries with real corruption. We have corruption, true. Our politicians are corrupt. They steal money, they defraud the government, they do all these things. Businesses do too. But in places like Russia, if you want to do business at all, you need to bribe like 50 people a day. And then let's not forget that the great and powerful leader can just come at any time and take your shit, and you have no recompense. And one of the best outcomes you can hope for is you just spend 20 years in jail rather than just putting a bullet in your head. And so this is like I said, this is one of the reasons why when people say the United States is the best place to do business, they're not wrong. We have way less regulation than the EU, and we're not as corrupt as most every other place on the fucking planet. So yeah, or not as corrupt as far as like the government and how Hidden Sage put it. And the evidence is the performance of their army in Ukraine. Now I agree, but you also, some of that could also be the fact that they were just using outdated equipment and they didn't maintain it properly, but that also, speaks to corruption. So it's entirely possible that the stuff that is the good military equipment is actually kept up, because Putin would be an idiot if he didn't actually make sure that those things were working properly. And I don't think Putin's an idiot. To be fair, he probably also should have made sure the rest of his stuff was maintained. And I'm surprised there weren't fucking firing squads with public executions of fucking generals and colonels and all kinds of other motherfuckers. Because I'm going to tell you what, if I was a dictator and all of my motherfuckers were lying to me about the readiness of my military, I would shoot every fucking one of them myself. I'm just saying. It's like, I wouldn't let that go. There's no way. I would make an absolute example. This is what you do when you lie to me. This is what happened. And I'm just like, and because of that corruption, like, are there nukes still in operation? Are they actually maintaining their nuclear arsenal properly so that if they need to launch their ICBMs, that they could actually make it over here? I don't know. I have no idea. If the rest of their military is an example of that, then they're shit out of luck. Like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The fizzles don't last forever. That crap is expensive to make about. Oh, no. It's not about the fizzles. I'm talking about the missiles themselves. The fissionables they have to be replaced like every 10 years, man. Because of the half-life requirements and the safety requirements and all that, at least in the United States military. It's about every 10 years, I think. I can't get into any more detail than that, but let's just say that there are procedures and regulations for specifically that thing, right? Based on the physical requirements of the fissible material itself. And yes, you are correct. It is absolutely astronomically expensive to make. But it's a good deterrent, I'll tell you that. And the funny thing is like, think about it like this. If Ukraine hadn't given up its nukes, do you think Russia would have invaded? It's entirely possible. Do you think Ukraine would have nuked Russia? Yep. If they invaded? Yep. Because I'm going to tell you right now, dude, if a non-nuclear power tried to invade the United States of America, I guarantee you we'd nuke the fuck out of them. At least with some of the small ones, The hydrogen bombs are not nearly as bad as the normal uranium bombs, because they don't produce as much after contamination. They still produce massive amounts of radiation, and they still contaminate the area. True, but with uranium and plutonium bombs that are fission based, they leave more contaminated particulates like cesium and was it protactinium, I think, that are unstable and that take forever and that have like fairly long half-lives. So it stays around in the environment for a long period of time. And, people breathe it in, it gets on the soil, it gets in the water. So it gets in the food, it gets in the local wildlife, it gets fucking everywhere. And it will fuck everything up. So you take a small little hydrogen bomb, sure, it'll fuck a lot of shit up. But it won't leave it like irradiated for 3 decades, right? For us, is that only like 15% of Russia's missiles need to work to get mad scenario? True. But that's what we think they have, right? At least as far as like public knowledge goes. And the thing about it is, man, is like that's the thing is that you got to take all of this with a grain of salt. Neither one of us are experts on any of this shit, so it's all just wild speculation on the internet, which is fine as long as you put that caveat on there. I'm saying that. I'm not saying that to you, Hidden Sage. I'm just saying that in general, out into the void. Just in case, right? Because it's like one of those things. It's like, I'm no expert on this. My knowledge of nuclear missiles is because I was trained in the United States Navy on a United States submarine, and I was a nuke. So I had, the basic training on how our nuclear missile things worked. And because I'm a fucking nerd, they allowed me to read all the books. And because they allowed me to read all the books, I know a lot. They have training manuals on how all of that shit works. And my nerd ass, well, I mean, when you got free time and you got a rack, I don't have any video games. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna fucking nerd the fuck out. So I'm gonna tell you right now, one of the coolest systems on there are 2 really cool systems that I love on submarines, or just in general. And funnily enough, they got rid of one of them, and it's called the emergency cooling system. And basically, what it is it's an emergency system that allows you to. Oh, how do I say this? That allows you to cool the reactor in an emergency with seawater. Yeah. And it was a really cool system. I really liked it, and they got fucking rid of it. On the newer plants, because you don't need it. But the other cool system is how you launch the missiles out of the submarine. Well, actually, there's 2 systems that are that. There's a system that allows the... Okay, I probably shouldn't say that. There is a... It's called the hovering system, and I'm sure you can guess what it is. And then the other system that I really liked that was really fucking cool is how you launch them out. They don't, the missiles do not fire off inside the submarine. Like where the back of the missile ignites and flies up. It doesn't do that inside the submarine. There's something else that plops it out, and the system was really cool. I'm not gonna get into it because I don't care to put that shit on the internet, especially out of my mouth. For sure, all of the real knowledge is tied up in black box for some spy program. I'm just a history geek who deep dives. Nice, yeah, exactly. And I'm just, the main reason I'm not going to get into it too much is because a lot of it is like confidential, classified stuff. And I mean, you could probably find most of it on the internet. That's not the point. The point is that the United States government put their trust in me to not give overly much away. And so I'm just not going to do it, which is fine. That's just how I feel about it. So. But it was a really cool system. I really liked it, and I nerded the fuck out on all of it, especially on how the ICBMs deploy and how they come down to the Earth. And so what I'm going to tell you is something that I learned from the History Channel, and so I'm going to repeat them instead of what I learned in the books. And what that is that our ICBMs are multiple warhead variants, and even the multiple warheads, some of them are just duds. And so you have this gigantic fucking missile in the air, and yeah, whatever. I don't need to get into that. Sorry. I started to all over the screen here. For sure, if I needed to know that bad, I'd go sign up for War Thunder forums. Yeah, exactly, right? Oh my god. Well said, sir. Well said. Okay. So, yeah. I really don't know what to think of this. Because all of this just looks bad in the moment. But who knows what it could look like, a week from now. Because, like I said, Trump is the master of turning bullshit into leverage. And he's the master of finding free money on the table that nobody else sees. Like, it's invisible, hiding with a predator cloak. And he's got some kind of weird Star Trek shit going on in his brain that just allows him to see it. I don't know what it is, but it fucking works. If I needed to know that bad. Yeah. I will say one of the funniest things about being a nuke was the fact that I have the accent that I do. Because it's just like, it's the old Jeff Foxworthy joke. That do you want your brain surgeon to talk like this? Yeah, we're gonna open your skull up, and then we're gonna root around in there with a stick, and we're gonna poke some things, and then we're gonna see what happens. Right? It was basically that joke. It was pretty funny too. But sorry, I'm remembering stuff, and anyway. So let us talk about, what is this? Which one do I want to do? Okay, let's talk about immigration. Yeah, we'll do that later. Let's talk about immigration. So, American citizens who commit crimes should be jailed, not deported. This bitch is wildin'. All right, Dev, let's see if that's what she says. I hope to God that's not what she says, but we're going to find out.
So the president has discussed this idea quite a few times publicly. He's also discussed it privately. You're referring to the president's idea for American citizens to potentially be deported. These would be heinous, violent criminals who have broken our nation's laws repeatedly. And these are violent, repeat offenders in American streets. The president has said, if it's legal, right? If there is a legal pathway to do that, he's not sure. We are not sure if there is. It's an idea that he has simply floated and has discussed very publicly as in the effort of transparency. Reagan. Thank you. So the
Okay, that's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. That's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. I mean, it is kind of fucked up, but would it really be that big of a deal if there was a giant supermax prison for fucking terrorists in another country and we sent American citizens who were convicted of such things to that prison? I'm not sure. Right? I'm not sure. Like, is it really that big of a deal, or do they have to be in a supermax in the United States? Like, are we, like, let me put it like this. If we built a prison on the moon, could we put American citizens in that prison? I don't know. But did you hear what she said,
The president has discussed this idea quite a few times publicly. He's also discussed it privately. You're referring to the president's idea for American citizens to potentially be deported. These would be heinous, violent criminals who have, and these are violenters in American streets. The president has said, if it's legal, right?
If it's legal. If it's legal. Now, I understand why people are so, like, hair on fire about this. Because of all the stuff that's been going on with the legal deportations and the Supreme Court weighing in on that. So, yeah, I don't know about this. I definitely am like, that's leading into some fucked up territory. But again, at the very least, she is genuflecting to legality.
Said, if it's legal, right? If there is a legal pathway to do that, he's not.
So, taking steps on a pathway. You mean if it's legal and there is a legal pathway? And you wonder why people don't take you seriously. I mean, I'm leaning toward this. But again, the thing about it is like, if we built a prison on the moon, could we send American citizens to the fucking prison on the moon? Or can only people who are on the moon be sent to the moon prison? Right? Let's say we built it in fucking orbit. Can we send people there? I don't know. That's the thing. It's like, them saying that they're being deported, are they really being deported, or are they just being jailed in another country? Right? We send fucking Guantanamo Bay has been open for fucking how long? And I'm pretty sure we sent American citizens there too, didn't we? People who were American citizens. Some of them, I think. So I don't know. Because they're using the word deport, is doing a lot of work here. Because if they're sent to a jail in El Salvador, let's say it's El Salvador, they're sent to the jail in El Salvador, and they serve out their term, do they get to come back once their jail sentence is up? Or if they spend life in prison, right? Does it matter where they're at? Which prison it is? I don't know. Is it even, like, and that's the thing, is it even legal? I have no fucking clue. As I understand it, they would be jailed. The idea is for the U.S. to cede a portion of territory by El Salvador, a section of the CSOT prison, so that prisoners can be transported there would actually be held in a U.S. prison under the jurisdiction of the United States. And you wonder why people don't take you seriously. You have literally no fucking clue what you're talking about. And you can tell because it's always the flags in the bio, dude. It's always the flags in the bio, man. Always. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know about this. I'm definitely on the fence. I lean toward possibly not, but if the thing would be to create American soil in El Salvador and then have the prison be in El Salvador and administered and under the control, or at least under the control of the American government, whoever administers it is irrelevant, I would assume, then that's probably a legal pathway to do that. I mean, like I said, did we not do that with Guantanamo Bay? Were not some of those people American citizens who were fucking terrorists? That doesn't mean it was right. That doesn't make it, legal, illegal. I don't know. I'm asking the question because I don't know. And again, I ask the same question. In principle, is it really any different if we built a prison in orbit or we built a prison on the moon? Are we allowed to put prisoners in those, right? Yeah, that's my thing. I'm gonna save that one. I want to respond to that. In fact, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. Give me a Okay. So yeah, like I said, I don't know about this. Because like the framing that that Dev and Call to Activism are using is very, very bad, right? The framing they're putting it under is very, very bad. But they're not steel manning. This individual is straw manning. That's what he's doing. Do you see this? Confirms the Trump administration is taking steps on a pathway. What did he leave out?
Violent repeat offenders in American streets. The president has said if it's legal, right? If there is a legal pathway.
Legal. It has to be legal. Legal? Maybe. Does that make it right? Should we make it illegal? I don't know. If it is legal, should we make it illegal? If it's illegal, should we make it legal? I have no idea. I need to hear more about what's going on. But if what this individual right here says is true, neo-unrealist, that basically that we would create American soil in another country and put like a supermax prison there and then jail them there so that, yeah. Of course, I don't know what the point of sending them to El Salvador would be when we absolutely have our own supermax prisons. Maybe it's because they have less regulations there, and that might be why, and that doesn't sound like a good reason to me. Less regulations is not necessarily a good thing when it comes to how you treat your prisoners. I have very little sympathy for convicted murderers, rapists, and child molesters, but we are supposed to be better than they are, and we are not supposed to be inhumane. Now, to be fair, there are a lot of crimes that I think there should be absolutely a swift death penalty for, especially if there is overwhelming evidence. Like, you can't have witness testimony only. Like, it has to be on video, and there has to be like multiple angles potentially, and eyewitnesses that also confirm that kind of shit. Because it's like, without that, there's always going to be that doubt that people you're putting up are innocent. Amazing Barrel, greetings and salutations. How you doing, buddy? If they jailed on in practice U.S. territory, it's just a question of distance. At that point, I wonder why we need to go El Salvador. Plenty of space in the U.S. and few close. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, I don't really know. Other than the fact that it would be cheaper for El Salvador to do it and us just to pay them. Maybe that's what they're thinking. And here's the funny thing. Here's where my mind just went. This could just be bullshit. Trump could just be talking out of his ass to scare the fuck out of people. Think about that. How many times has he done that? So many. So many. Like, this could literally just be that. Oh, here's another one. If we built a prison underwater out in like the middle of the Pacific, could we put American citizen prisoners in there? Isn't that the same thing? Like, this is why I'm like, they're freaking out because of the deporting part. When it's like that used to be a normal fucking thing where what was it called? Where you would get sent out of the country for like 10 years. I think Greece did it. I forget what it's called, but essentially everybody voted, and if you got enough votes, you got kicked out of the country for like 10 years. I forget what it's called. Beyond all doubt, the legal term, beyond all doubt is the legal term, I believe. No, it's beyond all reasonable doubt. What I'm talking about when you're this is the problem I have with the death penalty in general, is that even when you have a conviction of something, the problem is that even if you've convicted someone beyond a reasonable doubt of the crime, there is still a very small chance, especially considering how corrupt our justice system can be and how fucking retarded people can be on juries, or how fucking retarded people can be. And some of these people do get on juries, in that, imagine you have, it's the old trope of you've got like a black or minority person on trial and it's an all white jury and they convict him because he's black, right? Or minority or whatever, right? And it's the same with OJ, right? OJ got off because there were like 3 of the jurors who were gonna, no matter how much, like they could have had him, like this old ass lady said they could have had him on video stabbing the fuck out of her and she still would have said innocent. Why? Because of white racism and slavery. I want you to understand that. Yeah. So there really are people who are just as bad as Klansmen who are not white. You have to understand that. It's not a white thing. It's a human thing. Why not turn Hawaii into a jail? Surely not going to escape from there. U.S. got to have its own mini Australia, Guantanamo side. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like there are plenty of places where we could do something like that and create like a supermax. I don't know. Is the standard conviction of a jury trial? Yes. Death penalty, I'd only even consider under a second higher conviction beyond the shadow of a doubt. I don't know. I don't even think that's a legal term, but that's beside the point. What I'm saying is like, this is the problem I have with the death penalty, is that a lot of times people can get convicted for all kinds of stupid shit. And then to put them to death for it, I mean, it's getting harder and harder and harder to get away with crimes in first world countries just because of how connected we all are. Like, everybody has cell phones. We can track the fuck out of you. And you got to remember, most criminals are fucking stupid. Dude, like, the police have got to be loving our modern era. How many criminals film themselves committing crimes? Like, I saw one earlier where it was like, where a motorcyclist was going like 195 on the interstate and ran from cops. But he filmed it and posted it online, and so they were able to go and arrest him. It's like, you dumbass. Why the fuck would you do that? I think he was live streaming too. Right? So... And so putting people to death because of a conviction sounds fine, but the problem is like, we know that lots of people get convicted without actually like I've heard horror stories, and these are from the 90s, right? This was from the 90s where a guy is convicted of capital murder, and they put him on death row for like 5 years, and he was completely innocent. And the fucked up thing about it is the prosecutor knew he was innocent because he was in jail at the time of the murder, and his defense lawyer, who was paid by the state, didn't bring it up and advised the dude not to testify. So you literally have 3 agents of the state conspiring with one another to fucking convict and kill a man. and this is a problem with prosecutors, is one of the problems with prosecutors in general, is that they all want to pad their things with wins so that they can become, so they can get promoted or what the fuck ever, right? And so they have a perverse incentive to convict people on stupid shit that they're not guilty of. Literally withholding evidence. Like, and my thing is like, why is there a statute of limitations on this? Why is this prosecutor not in jail for the rest of his fucking life? Right? Why is the judge not in jail for the rest of his fucking life? Because he knew too. He knew the guy was innocent. He knew the guy was in jail and he didn't say anything either. Like, everybody knew the guy was innocent. All fucking 3 of them. And they still let it go. And he spent 5 years on death row until he finally got a better lawyer and and went through the appeal process properly. And they overturned his conviction and he got like $5 million or something like that. Smart criminals are all into scams. Yeah. There's good money and next to no risk of violence. Yeah, not only that, it's almost no risk of prosecution because most of the new scams are not illegal yet. Let's see. I remember during Obama's second presidency, someone posted on Facebook that they wanted to murder him. Guess how he got arrested? Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. And most folks like the attention too much to consider that behavior. Yes. White collar crimes like fraud always have general sentencing guidelines and usually nicer prison you get sent to. Do you know why? Do you know why white collar crimes have less stiff penalties? Because they don't murder anybody. Because they don't kill people. Because there's little to no physical fallout, right? Now, you could say that, oh, you know, they destroy people's lives. That's true. That's true. People could commit suicide. That's true. But in general, when you rob a bank and you shoot like 5 people, everybody considers that much worse than some dude who defrauded his company of like $10,000, right? Now, there are levels of white collar crime that do get to the point where it is so egregious that it affects so many people that it does come up to that level. I 100% agree with that. Isn't that why Bernie Madoff? Is that the guy? Is that the guy, Bernie Madoff? Is that him? I might be wrong. Don't sue me. Bernie Madoff. The American financier who executed the largest Ponzi scheme in history. There you go. Defrauding thousands of investors. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And he died in prison at 82. He served a 150-year sentence for money laundering, security fraud, and several other felonies. So, this is a guy whose white-collar crime was so fucking bad, they convicted him like he was a serial fucking murderer. And I say good. Good. And I usually don't say that I'm glad that some people are dead, but I'm glad that the taxpayers no longer have to pay for this piece of human garbage to stay alive. I am happy about that. Human life is precious. And slightly under that is the fact that the government doesn't have to pay for him to stay alive anymore. That's one of the few reasons why I do accept that the death penalty is a perfectly good punishment, because it's like two things. If you have an individual who literally cannot reintegrate into society and is just a violent criminal and will only ever be a violent criminal, then those are the kind of people that I do believe we should execute, simply because we're just going to literally pay for them to live in a box for the rest of their lives. And they're a danger to everyone else around them, right? They're a danger to all the other prisoners who don't deserve to be raped and murdered in prison. This is one of the things I have. This is the biggest problem I have with prisons in general, and why wrongful convictions are so bad. Because, like, wrongful conviction is bad regardless. But if the jail were safe as fuck, and it were relatively nice, and it wasn't dirty, it wasn't any of that shit, and there's like little to no risk of anybody raping or stabbing you or any of that shit, it wouldn't be nearly as bad. But the problem is that it is. It really is. Depending on where you go, it can be absolute hell on earth in some of these prisons, and it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. This is one of the reasons why certain individuals, I do believe, should be put down. For that exact reason, is because they're a danger to everyone, not just prison guards, but other prisoners who don't deserve these kind of things, right? You know, you catching you do something stupid. You know, you're fucking 15. You fucking rob a bank. You catch a fucking rap for 15 years. You try to fucking get your life straight, and the entire time you're in jail, you're being harassed and fucking bullied and fucking assaulted every day, all day. Yeah, that shit. It does breed more criminality, and I really wish it wasn't that way. Okay, so what we got next? My son is rolling around like a madman, so I'm probably gonna have to go take care of him in a minute. Is that what I want to do? All right, since we're on immigration. So, breaking. Owner of Charlie, PA. I don't know what that is. Staffing agency. Oh, okay, so it's a staffing agency. Pleads guilty to harboring illegal aliens and using them to staff companies. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I want. Look, normal criminal aliens who've only broken the immigration law to come here to work for a better life, I have extreme sympathy for and extreme empathy for, because they're just trying to do good by themselves, right? And they're not trying to fuck us over, right? Most of them are not. They're just normal fucking people like everybody else. They just happen to speak fucking Spanish and are probably a different skin color. No big deal. This is what I want to see. I want to see Americans going to jail for hiring these motherfuckers. That's what I want to see. This is what I want. Because if you make it to where people actually go to jail and they actually have to pay for the things that they do, for the illegal shit that they do, and for hiring criminal aliens, then they'll stop. Like if you like, you remember what was it? It was during I think it was Trump's first term. There was a chicken plant down in Georgia, I think, that had a bunch of illegal aliens working there, and the company themselves called ICE on the illegal immigrants, so they didn't have to pay them. And then they got a huge PR win because they hired a bunch of black people from the local community. I may be misremembering that, but I remember just how fucked up that was and how almost nobody from that company got held accountable. Because see, if the CEO had to pay a gigantic fine and the hiring manager who hired all of them went to jail for 20 years, this might fucking stop. And I mean a huge fine, so much that it might like destroy your business. Like that's really what we need to do, right? If like all of these banks and shit who do money laundering for terrorists, they pay like, you know, a few billion in fines, or 100 million in fines. That's just the cost of doing business. You know, they make $20 billion off of laundering for terrorists, and they pay like 5% of that as a tax for breaking the law, because that's essentially what it is at that point, the fine for breaking the law. Then they're just going to continue to do it. Why would they not? Instead, what you need to do is you need to find out how much money they made and then punish them 1.5 times that. So if they made $20 billion, I'm about to do shitty math on the internet. Don't laugh at me. Or you can laugh at me, just shut the fuck up about it. And if they made 20 billion, fine them 35, or fine them 25, or whatever, 30. Just more than they made. If they made find out how much profit they made from it and charge them more than the profit they got. Then it'll stop. It has to stop, because then they won't be able to make any fucking money. But I think prisons should be allowed to keep prisoners docile with drugs. I'm not cool with that. Mainly because of the risk of injury, death, and all that other stuff, especially considering, you know, how corrupt the government is and how corrupt individuals are just in general. That could lead to some very, very, very bad. 30, thank you. I knew it was something like that. I just didn't want to yeah, whatever. I did a whole semester on antitrust law. It's the same problem. The lack of scaling and punitive damage was glaring then, and this was back in Obama's first term. Yeah, exactly. They need to be fined more money than they made. Period. End of story. I don't care if it makes them go out of business. They fucking deserve it. And honestly, if the owner of the business, if there's any evidence that he knew what was going on, he needs to go to jail too. And it sucks that so many people would lose their jobs, and it's just, it's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? Absolutely ridiculous. And And I half wonder if it isn't this way because of the people doing it are literally bribing the fucking government. You know what I mean? My final paper came out. Damages should be 3 times the violation of the revenue. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, because you need it to be so expensive that even maybe getting caught is not worth it. Yeah, because that's the way it is for normal folks, right? If I go commit a crime, my life is fucked up. My family suffers, right? I mean, am I still going to get my disability? Yeah, they can't take that away, so my family will get that, but I'm not going to be here to help my wife, you know, with her problems and all the things that she's got to deal with. We need one another, like legitimately. And it really that's why it really bothers me, is because if it were to happen to me and you, we would be fucked. But when it happens to Bank of America, they just continue to do business. They pay a little bit of fine. Cost of doing business, right? I hate that shit.
Company is what takes the migrants. So Haitian compound of all the vans.
Yeah, there's multiple houses right here. This is like their lot for older.
So these are the vans that drive the Haitians to the meat factories.
Yeah, the packing factories.
To the packing factory.
To the meat factory. Oh my God. That sounded so bad. Yeah, we're taking the Haitians to the meat factory.
Yeah,
Is this right here?
just another carrier van for the immigrants
To the meat factory.
to the factories. Yep, the 3 factories.
How many vans do you think are in this town?
At first, I thought there was maybe like 24. Then it just kept on growing and growing. They must have cornered the mark
Oh, and
on
another
these vans.
and another one too.
Yeah, they must have cornered the mark on these vans. Because,
All of these take the Haitians
yeah,
to the meat factories.
yep.
And this is the other location where the
This
migrants.
is one of the other 2 that's up in this area. And so this has been here, but they had.
Yeah, and to your point about the making it so expensive that even maybe getting caught it's not worth it, that's exactly the way it is for most normal people, right? Is that the expense of breaking the law it's so expensive on your life, not just in monetary ways, but you know, the fact that you got to get a lawyer, you got to deal with fucking court, you potentially have jail time on top of that, so you're losing out income there, you're not with your family, you're not helping them out. All of that is super fucking expensive. It's so expensive that whatever crime you commit, it's just not fucking worth it, man. For the vast majority of
They
Americans.
were all using local labor, and now it's probably over 90%, immigrant that they brought in.
So this goes to Tyson too.
Yeah.
1 second, stop right here.
Yep.
So this meat that the Haitians, or this meat factory that the Haitians are working at, that displaced most of the domestic workers, shipping to Tyson.
Okay. What is this? Community note. Are legally living? Oh, okay. False. By taking these jobs, they help stop the local factory from closing due to the lack of workers. Okay, cool. All right, so bullshit. Good job. However, wait, why did she post it? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have even watched that. Fuck you, libs. God damn it. I thought that had to do with this right here. Pleads illegal for financial gain, failing to pay more than $3 million in employment taxes. So they got him on employment tax fraud. In connection with the guilty plea, the court was advised that from September 2022 to April 2024, whoever the fuck that is owned a temporary staffing agency called whatever, that provided workers to companies in Pennsylvania. As a part of his business, he paid more than 25 workers who were not legally authorized to be in the United States to stay in a former hotel. And his business paid for vans to transport these workers to and from their work. In addition, provided Prosperity's tax return preparer with spreadsheets listing only workers who were legally authorized to be and work in the United States. That information, in turn, was reflected on the company's quarterly employment tax return, representing less than 10% of the actual total number of workers. Whoa. So over 90% of their workers were not legal? So, yeah, so he basically committed perjury, too. Because he signed those returns, knowing them to be false, causing a tax loss of $3.1 million. Cool. Sweet. So why the fuck did she post it above this one? Well, I mean, at least we're getting the truth from freaking community notes, right? Let's see. Is this a local GOP lawmaker? Is that what this is? By the way, you can't see it, but when I hover over the photo, it says Trump 2024 abortion election 2024 Trump abortion. That's what it says next to my mouse. You can't see it because it's like a thing outside the window. Yeah, there you go. You see it? Just thought I'd share. Local GOP lawmaker. Huh, he looks just like Trump. Weird. Totally weird. Huh. I'm a dumbass. Oh, somebody didn't read the headline. Yep, I'm a dumbass. All right, so that has this link has nothing to do with this, other than the fact that it says that they were Chernobyl, PA. So that's why she linked it. Okay, so I am an actual dumbass and cannot read and have very little reading comprehension. So there you go. So this guy is in the same town that this happened in. So when did she post this? September 17th, 2024? What? Okay, let's read this one. Business owner provides transportation. These are not immigrants being bused, following jeopardizing the safety of innocent children. These Haitians are working hard. They are here legally. Blah 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 blah. Many professionals. So yeah, there were no workforce in Chernobyl. That doesn't mean that this is true. Yeah, that has nothing to do with what's going on here. Okay. They're just arguing like stupid bitches argue. Oh, man. Yeah, Max. Yeah, sure. Go fuck yourself. Anyway. So yeah, this is great. I'm glad this individual was held accountable. I find it really interesting that the way he was held accountable is because he lied on a tax form. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. No, can't convict him of hiring illegal aliens. No. Taxes. That's where we get them. So massive tax fraud instead of on top of paying poor fellas 2 farts in a jar. Yeah, right. A lot of folks involved were legally under TPS. Yeah, I have no problem with the Haitians coming over here as relief, but I mean, they should eventually go back. The vast majority of them, right? I wouldn't mind if some of them, stayed if they applied and we need their skills or something like that. They're some kind of professional. Sure, I don't give a fuck. Like, that's the thing about immigration, dude. I love immigrants, man. Because, like, some of my favorite fucking Americans are immigrants. Some of the best Americans I've ever met are fucking immigrants. That is like my life story is like every part of my life. I've met really cool fucking people who come to America because they're escaping communism or corruption or just a shitty fucking country in general. like Nigeria, according to them. And like they love this country. They absolutely adore it. And they like love the American flag. They love everything America stands for. They know, you know, America's past was bad. Who gives a fuck? I'm literally like my Cal 3 teacher was like, I'm literally a black as night man living the dream. I am a teacher at a college that teaches math, and nobody cares about the color of my skin. Nobody cares where I came from. The only thing they care about is if whether I'm a good teacher or not. Like, right here, man. Right here. That's where that hits. It makes me... And this is why it's like, there's this is why I despise illegal immigration. I despise the fact that criminal aliens are allowed just to do this, and there's no real punishment, especially for the people who take advantage of them. Because this is the problem, right? This motherfucker right here is not just committing tax fraud. What he is doing is he is essentially enabling modern forms of slavery. Because I guarantee you, he did not pay them. He paid them less than minimum wage. More than likely, I guarantee that. Why would you pay them full rate? You don't need to. And this is the problem: is it creates an underclass below even our poor who have to work 2 to 3 jobs to just make ends meet, and many of them are being enslaved by the cartels so that they have to pay them back for the gigantic loan the cartels gave them to bring their asses over. You're 15 grand in debt when you arrived in the United States, and you got to work shitty jobs that pay under minimum wage, and so you got to work like 2 or 3 of them motherfuckers. And I've worked with plenty of Mexicans who were here fucking illegally. They were all cool. I had no problem with any of them. They were all just normal fucking people. That's the problem with a lot of this, is that most of the migrants are just normal people. Most of the illegal criminal aliens are normal people, just like you and me, right? And it makes me... Who is it? The Invisible Man. Tell him I can't see him. Oh, man. Wolf. Oh, my goodness. Killing me, dude. You're killing me. Yeah. And that's what it enables. And so I'm really glad to see this man is being punished. I want more of these people punished. Why are we not going into New York and punishing all of the people who literally posted on the fucking internet? These are business owners who are saying that their employees won't come to work because they're afraid ICE will come and get them. Why are we not investigating them? Why are they not in jail? Why are they not being arrested? They're literally admitting on the internet to breaking the law. At the very least, there should be investigations to see if what they're saying is true, or if they're just virtue signaling. Because it's fair enough. Just because you admit to a crime on the internet doesn't mean you committed the crime. Sure. So they could just be fucking virtue signaling. I fully accept that. He says he's shrinking and it's urgent. Tell him he's gonna have to be a little patient. Oh my god. The puns. The puns. Okay, so I'm gonna have to take a quick break and take care of my son. I will be right back, and then we'll get into this bullshit, because I have a lot to say about this. Especially about the people who think that they understand Christianity at all. You gotta fucking love this, right? All right, so I'll be right back. Stand by to stand by. this. Four damage, come on. There it is. Oh, with the 6. Woo! There it is, boys.
Now the battle can begin.
She's going. She's going.
She's gone. You are the only ones who have ever forced my withdrawal, and now you leave me no choice but to flee once again.
I can't believe this, dude. Like, I just...
Your turn comes life by forfeit.
Okay, that was cool. That was cool. It only killed one of them. Except the one guy, right? Wait, no, I rescued him. Oh my god! Oh my god, we actually rescued his ass.
Clinics will be closed tomorrow for equipment upgrades. Initial report suspension of service.
I was getting mad, dude. It's like, holy shit. Tango's Hotel! Tango's Hotel!
Propaganda.
Just 3 wounded. Oh my god, man. Awkward funeral? Yeah, I know, right? Awkward funeral. Hey boys, I'm still alive. What you doing? I just sit back, buddy. You'll be alright. What do you mean? Don't put me in the coffin. I don't want to go in the hole. I want to go in the hole. Wait. I didn't go back and grab the dude. Oh no. He lived, but I didn't go back and grab him. I'm such a moron. Oh. Get wrecked. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm doing with myself. Alrighty, boys. We have returned. Yes, indeed. So, hopefully, just as a heads up, I might have to get off if my son needs me. He seems to be content to eat his snacks and watch some Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood. So, we'll see how he rolls with that. Alright, so let's get into this bullshit. Lovable liberal and his old English sheepdog. Well, lovable liberal, I don't agree. I don't think you are lovable. Because if you were, you wouldn't do this to another person. And essentially what that is so we've got several things here. First is the no true Scotsman fallacy. Is it possible to really be a Christian? Like, are you fucking retarded? Like, do you know what Christians are? Anything they want to be. Have you ever, like we know Mormons believe some really crazy shit. Seventh-day Adventists, all these motherfuckers, right? So, what does that even mean? A true follower of Jesus, okay, fair enough, and still vote away healthcare for elderly and the poor? Well, that's an interesting way to frame that. Let me ask you a question. Do you think they would frame it that way? These people who are doing this right here? Do you think they would frame it that way? I don't think they would. And here's another thing. If this is how you think, then what that means is that Christians can't be in government at all. Why? Well, because literally every single thing the government does hurts somebody. It hurts the elderly, and it hurts the poor, the most vulnerable in society. It hurts the minorities. Why? Because our government is so big, and it does so many things, and has so many programs and all this other stuff. If you do anything, even increasing these things, it will still hurt somebody, somewhere, somehow. Because that's how government works. Somebody always ends up getting left out or missed out or any of this other nonsense. So we're already operating on levels of retardation that is like making the screen shake, right? And then you get into the actual logical arguments rather than just the my fifis arguments this fucking asshole was making. In that there is a very specific thing that Jesus says that I really, really like. And that was render unto Caesar. It's a very political answer at the time because he was being questioned by Roman, they were spies or agents or some shit like that. I can't remember. But anyway, it was somebody who was trying to goad him into saying that he is not only the king of heaven, but he's also king on earth, and therefore would challenge the political power of Caesar. And so that's why he said, render unto Caesar, pay your fucking taxes, follow the law. And I don't recall a single time when Jesus ever advocated for forming a government based on his words to help the poor and the elderly. In fact, I think quite the opposite. He specifically says it is your moral duty to help the poor and the elderly, not to steal money from other people and then use that money to do it in the form of a government. I don't think he ever advocated for anything like that. And in fact, I'm pretty sure he would advocate against that. And we also have, as Amazing Barrel points out, separation of church and state, which means that regardless of your Christian values, you need to make logical, secular arguments for the things that you do. And so the reason this is so disingenuous is the frame it uses. Because, they're taking away healthcare from the elderly and the poor. Are they? No. And even if that were the case, it's not the government's job to do that. At least not in some people's eyes. It's up to their families and the local community to give them charity. And if more people had more money, then they'd be able to give more charity. That's essentially how the line goes. And so, from multiple angles, you could just see how fucking retarded this dumb shit is. And it's essentially an atheist like me. I mean, he could be a Christian. I don't know. But it's basically the atheist argument of, I'm going to use your religion against you even though I don't believe any of that shit. Because that's what that says to me. Because if this individual, lovable liberal, which is a laughably retarded thing to call himself when he says stuff like this, so if you were a Christian and you advocated for the government to take other people's money and give it to the poor and the elderly, then are you then how could you be a Christian? I could say the same thing about you, using your own morals against you. I can twist the Bible just like the devil can and make it say whatever the fuck I want. Because that's how language works. And this is why I despise all this stuff. And the reason I despise it is because I used to be like this. I know what it was like to be this kind of asshole. I'm still an asshole, don't get me wrong. But I've come to terms with my hatred of religion, and it stemmed from ignorance about what religion really is, and instead of about what religion really is, essentially. Because religion didn't murder millions of people. People did, in the name of religion. They used it as an excuse to be evil. That's not the religion's fault, unless the religion explicitly calls for such acts, and even then it's still like, but still, they're the ones that made the decisions. They're the ones that claim that God told them to do these things, right? If a crazy person says, God told me to kill all these people, well, we laugh at them, right? We just fucking laugh at them. So, nobody will believe that. Like, just like this. Like, think about it like this. If you had a woman on trial who killed her children and she says that God told her to do it, and every person on the jury was a Christian, like dyed in the blue, fully devout, the whole nine, every single one of them would convict her. But God told her to do it. Why are you fucking with God's plan? He told a lot of people in the Bible to do a bunch of stupid shit. I do recall one individual said he was gonna, God told him to sacrifice his firstborn son. Firstborn son. And he was gonna do it too. But this lady, she doesn't get a pass. God told her to do the thing, and no. Like I said, I used to be like this. I used to be this dumb and ignorant. And Akhenab. I can't remember which it is. Jesus was questioned as to whether one should still pay taxes to the Romans, given he is king of all. So he took out a coin and asked, "Whose picture is that?" Caesar's. Then render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Yeah, it was. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. It's really one of those things where it's like they were trying to get him to say something stupid so that they could, do some bad things to him or entrap him or whatever. Because, I mean, as long as I believe how it worked back in the day is that you could preach whatever religion you wanted. As long as you didn't challenge the power of Caesar, they didn't give a fuck. And that was basically what the point of that was. But it's really one of those things where it's like, we are not a Christian nation. We are a nation of Christians. Our government, though founded upon the values of the Christians that founded it, is not founded solely upon that faith. If it were, our government would look a lot different. And so to make this argument basically flies in the face of all of this shit by using their own religion to shame them into doing something for your position that you believe is right when you intentionally misframe and lie about them. If you think of Julius, I mean, yeah. There's a reason his name lives on. Let's see. What else do we got? This bullshit. I wonder why. Okay, so it says Sean Johnson was piloting the helicopter that crashed in the Hudson River. This is the guy that was piloting it. He was killed along with a family of 5 who were his passenger. Let me look something up real quick. Get a better beat on this. I watched too many Astrotic movies for that. I also only think of the one specific face with that name. Same with the U.S. president. I always picture a guy that played president. Nice. Okay. This is fucking perfect. I have found the post I want. All right, we'll get to it in just a second. So Ann Coulter, being a fucking stupid cunt that she is, I wonder why it took them so long to tell us who the helicopter pilot was. Now, what would make her say that? I wonder. And this is why I saved it. The right is just as retarded as the left. Yes. Thank you. This is exactly what I have been saying for fucking years. They are just as retarded as the left. All you have to do is wait for them to get in power, and they will show themselves to be the retards that they are. And this is why. Pilot of the helicopter that crashed in the Hudson River yesterday has been identified as 36-year-old Navy SEALs veteran Sean Johnson. He had also previously flown in Chicago. After his time in the U.S. Navy SEALs and a gunner's mate responsible for fixing equipment, Johnson took on a variety of jobs, including a TV show as a bodyguard for celebrities, his wife said. But through it all, he added he always wanted to fly. Bro. I haven't seen this. I don't know what's going on. Apparently this was posted in March. That is so awesome. Look at that, man. Huh. Look at that. It looks like he knows exactly what the fuck he's doing. Who would have guessed that a fucking Navy SEAL would be able to fly a fucking helicopter? Excuse me one moment. Okay, we're here. Alright, cool video, bro. So, see, this is the thing. It's like both of these things are true. That this is the hardest job, but that doesn't make him a skilled pilot. But as you can see here, he is able to fly the fucking helicopter, and it does appear that he is doing it by himself. What I would like to know is how long he's been flying. Because this shit really makes me mad, dude. This shit really makes me mad. Right? Yeah, there is zero indication that this man was not able to fly. I'm assuming he had a goddamn license, which means he was tested by someone who knows how to fly a fucking helicopter. Yeah. He recently moved to New York City. So if he was flying in Chicago and then moved to New York City, he should be well and more, you know, more than well enough. It really does feel like racism at this point. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, dude. Like, I usually don't like saying that shit because 9 times out of 10 it's bullshit. And it's usually some fucking person genuflecting the virtue signal. But, like, homeboy. I swear to God, I thought that was a piss bottle. So this dude was only 4 years younger than me. I know, I would too. Fucking sue them bitches. Yeah. It's pretty fucked up. And you knew they were gonna do that. It was not the cause of the crash. Huh. So Fox News reported they said it ran out of fuel after 15 minutes. Okay, that is a bit misleading. I will say that. But to say that they were low on fuel and needed to refuel afterwards, that would be an accurate statement. So I don't know why the fuck they would put that out. This is true, but that does not make him a fucking DEI hire. Oh my God. This is also true. Not everyone graduating from pilot programs is fully competent. And you would know this if you spent any time in the goddamn military and realized that the motherfuckers driving the submarines and driving the goddamn aircraft carriers also fall into this category. I just want to point that out. Cooks drive submarines. I want you to understand that. Cooks drive submarines. Think about that. Likely because of the, yeah. Of course, another person being racist, just in the opposite way, so yay. Video shows rotor detachment, likely mechanical failure. Auto rotation should have allowed a safer landing. Yeah. It also looked like the tail also fucking came off too. That was another thing. So that's why I thought the video I put out and the stream I did on it was where the was it called? Oh, fuck, what was it called? Mast bumping, where it basically the rotor hits the mast hard enough to shear it off, and it's possible that when the rotor pushed backwards, it was able to deflect enough to chop the back of the helicopter off. I don't know if mast bumping, because like if you just did mast bumping and it took off the top rotor, and the top rotor flies off as the helicopter falls down, that's one, not going to necessarily make it turn upside down, and two, it's also not necessarily going to tear off the ass end, right? Because if there's no rotor up top, the rotor on the back will simply just spin the helicopter. Now, it might be that the back rotor was going full power when the mast came off, and so it ripped off that way due to torsional force, but that would have at least caused the cabin to start spinning rather than it being upside down and not spinning when it hit the water. So I don't know. Can I drive a sub? I'm a software dev. Yeah. What I'm saying is that the cooks on the submarine, people that cook on the submarine, are the ones that drive the submarine. Yeomen are also the ones that drive the submarine. Yeomen are the personnelmen, the guys who do all your paperwork. They drive the submarine as well. And a few ETs were trained. I tried to qualify to drive, and they wouldn't let me. Basically, I was told, I'm a nuke. Get back in the engine room. At least they let me qualify topside watch so I could hold a shotgun for 6 hours. That was cool. Man, that sucks, dude. That really sucks. I was hoping there'd be more on this individual. Because, like, everybody is, you know, saying this, but okay, sure, whatever. It's one of these things I was hoping there'd be more on, like, you know, did they pull it? Why is Fox or nobody pulling his credentials to see if he was actually qualified? I mean, those things should be public record, right? If there is you know, if Mega Bitch in question is trying to tell us that the reason the helicopter crashed is because he was black and it was a DEI hire. Well, technically it's not because he was black. It was because he was a DEI hire. And he just happens to be black in the form of that DEI. Then where are the credentials? Are we not doing reporting? Are we just being racist? Is that what we're doing? Are we not pulling the credentials? Are we not seeing how well he did on his tests? How long did he fly? How long has he been a pilot for? If he's been flying for more than a year, he's probably fairly fucking competent. Fucking retarded, dude. Beyond the pale. Beyond the pale. And this is just one of those little, you know, things. I think it's probably going to be about it, and then we're going to switch over to some POE2. Goofus blasts his opinion around like fact and makes open conversation difficult. Gallant leads the discussion with his peers about possibilities, advantages, and disadvantages of different choices. As like ridiculously propagandistic as this is 100% true. This is what you should want to be when you talk about. This is why I talk about the tariffs the way I do. I don't like some of the stuff that's going on. I like some of the stuff that's going on. It's the same with immigration. But we absolutely need to talk about what's going on, how it affects all of us, what possibilities do we have, and the advantages and disadvantages of everything that we're doing. Not hard. It's not hard. Oh, dude, I saw this. So, I want to look this up. I want to see if this is true. So, it says on Wikipedia, China's final warning is a Russian iconic idiom originating in the Soviet Union that refers to a warning that carries no real consequences. This is an actual legitimate page. I pulled it up. But it's super white, and Wikipedia have a dark mode? Not appear that it does. Oh, here we go. Boom! It does! It does have a dark mode. So relations between the People's Republic of China and the United States during the 1950s and 60s were strained because of dispute of the political status of Taiwan. The American military fighters' jets regularly patrolled and performed fighter maneuvers in the Taiwan Strait, which led to the formal protests being regularly lodged by the Chinese Communist Party in the form of final warning. The People's Republic of China released the first final warning in the United States on September 7th, 1958, and during the Second Taiwan Strait Crisis. Okay. By the end of 1964, more than 900 such final warnings had been issued. However, no real consequences were ever levied for ignoring the final warnings. These protests were frequently broadcast on Soviet radio, voiced by announcer Yuri whatever, in his solemn voice, which led to the general awareness of final warnings among the Soviet populace, common term China's final warning, with the Soviet household to refer to empty threats. Citizens often add numbers to the phrase for added humorous effect, such as 231st China final Chinese warning. Oh my God. Since 1972, whatever that says, has warned that Chinese-U.S. relations. The phrase continued being used as reference to fruitless warnings and situations. Oh, okay. Interesting. Unrelated to politics of China. The term was popularized in the English language social media during the lead up to Nancy Pelosi's 2020 visit to Taiwan to refer to China's threats, which said they were to be superficially strong but actually weak. Let's fucking go, dude. There we go. So, yeah. We don't back down. My brother in Christ. There's a whole Wikipedia article about how you keep backing down. True, it was definitely a different time, though. That's for sure. Yeah, I think that's about it for this. Now, let's see if we can grab. I forgot I had a few of these too. Wait, what? No way, dude. Holy shit, it is. That definitely looks like it. Why is he wearing a North Korea thing? That's so weird. That's so weird. Why would you do that? Sorry, I'm bringing up my saves. You don't need to see my profile. I got hot chicks on there. I don't want you to hear about. Oh. If you've never heard about this, it's crazy. I love cultural exchange, dude. It's great. Cultural appropriation, 100% right here. Hands down. The real tragedy of DI is now fully legitimate minority professionals getting accused of not earning their place. I know, dude. It's so fucking stupid. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, and country and western stuff. It's a big thing. And bluegrass and gospel and all kinds of stuff, man. Like this right here, like that's the kind of shit that warms my heart, dude. Or seeing a bunch of fucking African bros freaking in cowboy hats and cowboy boots, like two-stepping to freaking like Conway Twitty and shit, man. It's like, oh, please culturally appropriate me. Please. Please. It's like, yes. Yes. Oh, here we go. So this is another example of what we looked at earlier. Of I'm being persecuted because I'm a Christian. Nobody cares you're a Christian. We don't like you because you're a raving bigot who uses your religion to justify being hateful. And then you see these. ICE is doing the Lord's work. They're deporting illegal immigrants. What do you want? Like, that's a good thing for the people of the United States of America. And so the people of the United States of America who are Christian and poor and elderly and all the people that Jesus said take care of, by deporting the fucking criminal aliens, you are in fact taking care of them. Do you understand that? Do you not understand that, you fucking hypocrite, non-Christian bigots? Because that's what you are when you do shit like this. Pray the gay away. That's pretty fucked up. Don't do that. Pronouns make Jesus cry. That's just funny. And trollops don't go to heaven. True. Pray the gay away is one of those things where it's like cringe. It's stupid, sure. And yeah, this is a bigot shaming someone who they think is a bigot, who probably is a bigot, to be fair, for being a bigot. So, hypocrisy much? What is a trollop? A woman considered sexually promiscuous, a prostitute, a woman regarded as slovenly or unkept. I thought it was just a whore. I thought that was just it was a synonym for that. And apparently that's true, but it's, 3 definitions. Bam, right there. Vulgar or disreputable woman, especially one who engages in sexual promiscuity or for money. Never heard of that word before? Ah, I see. And...
Don't you see how this could be offensive to a real, authentic Mexican?
Hey, can I just say that I'm Mexican and this
Authentic.
doesn't bother me at all? Because these tacos are great.
Okay, sir, I appreciate your feelings on the matter, but I don't need you to be a mouthpiece for an entire cuisine, okay? As long as a white man's doing the
Says the person who's being a mouthpiece for an entire cuisine.
cooking, I won't be eating here.
Oh, I'm not the cook. Guillermo's the cook.
Guillermo? Okay, wow. Guillermo, let me guess. You've got some poor Mexican dude back there slaving away for $5 an hour so that you can call these tacos authentic. Excuse me, senor. You don't need to work here. You can open your own.
Does she not know that white people live below the southern border of the United States? There are actual white Mexicans. Did she not know that?
Taco truck.
Guillermo doesn't speak English.
야! 고기도 필요해!
기다려!
말 그만하고 빨리 움직여!
알았어, 씨발!
I'm just surprised you actually don't know what to be offended by right now, do you?
No,
This is like watching a computer glitch.
Right? Yeah. That's a pretty good skit right there. There you go. Oh, yeah. Can't be more American than this. Look at this picture, dude. Man uses gun to rob a Texas convenience store. Man is shot by every customer inside. 1, 2, 3. This is exactly what would happen. It doesn't happen everywhere, but man, some days, people just get exactly what they want. What is that? Westernness is equally obsessed with samurai. We can't just get enough. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, it's why Klingons are literally Viking samurai. That's what they are. We need to improve our Disney princess movies. Hey, let's cast this ugly bitch. Hey, let's cast this ugly bitch. Hey, let's cast these ugly bitches instead. And he throws them out the window. Yep. And to be fair, it's like, because like, here's the thing, dude. Is like, nobody really gives a fuck about black people or minorities in movies. Nobody really gives a fuck. Except for actual, like, Nazi racist motherfuckers. Or very, very small minority of the entire population. The problem is that you're doing race swaps with people who are either ugly, can't act, or are both. Right? Look at the princess, what is it? Snow White, right? She's not that. I mean, she can be beautiful in the correct makeup, but the way they made her look in the movie is just not very flattering. And then her facial expressions when she's being threatened with death, you're like, it's like, seriously, dude, it makes her look so horrible. Are cowboys seen as honorable warriors? Never cared that much about cowboys to learn much on the topic. No, he's referring to. Amazing Barrel is referring to the fact that Japanese are obsessed with like cowboys, and Americans specifically, and I'm sure it happens in Europe as well, are obsessed with samurais. We can't get enough of honorable warriors. I see what you mean. Some of them, yes, like Wyatt Earp, I believe was a criminal at one point and was a criminal cowboy at one time, and became a lawman. Was an American lawman. He was at the OK Corral. Wyatt was arrested more than once for his presence in a brothel where he may have been a pimp. He was later appointed to the Wichita Police Force, developed a solid reputation as a lawman, but was fined and not rehired as a police officer after getting into a physical altercation with a political opponent of his boss. Honorable? No. Badass? Totally. And I mean, to be fair, you know, a lot of it comes from cowboy movies. Yeah, that's what it is that historically, no, cowboys were not honorable, but in that way, most of them were not. It was the Wild West for a reason. That's why we call it that, right? But in many movies, you know, you have the good boy, the good man, and the good cowboy and the bad cowboy, and the good cowboy is honorable, forthright, all that shit, and you know the bad guy is everything opposite of that. That's just kind of how it works. It's basically Star Wars is a Western set in a sci-fi fantasy, right? The Jedi are the good cowboys in the white cowboy hats, and the Sith / Empire, Darth Vader, Emperor are the bad cowboys in the black cowboy hats. That's literally how you could tell which one was the good guy and which one was the bad guy, was the color of their hat. So yeah, that's probably where a lot of that comes from. It is pretty cool. I think we already went over this, and yeah, we already went over that. All right, so that's pretty much it on all of that. Yeah, the Disney princess thing is just, it's so stupid because like the thing about it is like I don't really care about them being white. I care about them being, one, true to what they are, and if you want to make princesses that are brown, I don't give a fuck, dude. Just stop race swapping. Because the thing about it is like, we know why you're doing it, right? Why did Nick Fury get race swapped to Samuel L. Jackson? Or excuse me, why did Nick Fury get race swapped to a black man? Because that black man was Samuel L. Jackson. Why did Red in Shawshank Redemption get race swapped to a black man? Because it was Morgan fucking Freeman. That's why. Do I need to explain that anymore? Or are we retarded enough that we don't know? Right? Seriously. It's because they're good actors who put asses in seats. And they're usually like ancillary characters that are not necessarily where their race is more superfluous to the plot than it is anything else, right? So when they did it to the Stephen King when they made a movie about I forget it was called The Towers or what the fuck ever it was, where they casted Idris Elba or whatever the fuck his name is. He's a good actor, but the problem is that almost all the fans of the series know that his race is intrinsic to the character because there are ancillary characters that are not white that have conflict with him because he is white. So you're literally taking a main characteristic of that character that is not ancillary to the story, right? It's an intrinsic part of the story, and you're taking that out to make something that superficially looks like the book. That's why people have a problem with it. I didn't read that shit. I read like part of one of the books, and I was like, I don't give a fuck about fucking dimensional hopping cowboys. I'm like, I'm good, dude. Especially the way Stephen King writes. I never really liked it. I don't really know why he's so fucking popular, but whatever. Some of his shit's pretty cool, I admit. But yeah, it's just like with black elves. Why is there a black elf in Rings of Power? Because of modern day politics. That's why. If it was Wesley Snipes, you'd be like, okay, it's Wesley Snipes. Come on now. You know, Morgan Freeman, Samuel L. Jackson, you know, Chris Rock, name any fucking famous black person that's fucking awesome and can act, and you put him in that role, and it's like, okay, yeah, the black elf thing doesn't really make any sense, but fuck, man. I mean, look who it is, dude. What are you going to say about that, right? But the real problem is they didn't try to square the circle, right? Black elves cannot exist in Tolkien lore. So if you want them to exist, you have to change the world to make them exist, and they didn't. They just literally plopped a black dude who happens to be an elf in the world with no explanation, no nothing about how this individual was created, right? Where you could have easily weaved this into the world by simply adding a few lines of dialogue to the show. That he came from, like Legolas, his people are cousins to the ones that exist where Galadriel is, right? So when they visit them, he's literally they're long lost cousins, right? They haven't seen each other in a long ass time, right? All that shit. In Lothlorien, anyway. And so you could do something like that, where there was a small band of elves that went somewhere in the world where the environmental conditions were enough to change their skin color, just like it is here in our world, where environmental conditions, if you live in a place long enough, will change your skin color. That's how we became different colors. And so you could have easily just added something like that about how the black elf was from, you know, such and such land and tribe, and he was literally sent as an emissary to bring word that they survived and that they're thriving, and he came with an entire troop of black elves, and you know, and they were welcomed and all this other stuff. You could have done anything you wanted with that, and then he decided to stay because he wanted to spend time and learn from his distant cousins, so he could go back and truly tell his people exactly, you know, their culture and how it's changed or any of that other nonsense. You could totally have made that work with a few lines of dialogue. Just hang that fucking thing up there. Boom, you're done. It's it. You're good. You fixed the fucking plot hole. The gigantic, massive, world-bending fucking plot hole of having a black elf. But no, you just turn your brain off. Just turn your brain off. Okay, so I am going to go grab some coffee, and then we're going to jump into some Path of Exile. Yes! Hope you guys are ready for some awesomeness. Let's fucking go, boys. All right, I will be right back. Stand by to stand by to stand by. We shall return after these messages from a break screen. Stay tuned for more right here. The Tango Hotel.
I'm actually kind of scared because this is why I saved it. It's like, this is a lot of dudes. This is a lot of dudes. This is a lot. Ah, damn, I could have grabbed that civilian. Oh. Oh. Oh, is that right? Is that right? Is that right? I think that's right. All right, sorry, Resistance Meg. I love you, buddy. You know, you're my favorite. Did you know that? You're totally my favorite. You're totally my favorite. But,
Fire Hunter Seeker missile.
You know, sacrifices need to be made. Please don't call the cops on me. Please don't call the cops on me. I'm so very sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't care. I don't care that there's a crime going on. Get out of my way.
Does anybody know if the control enemy breaks stealth or not? No! Whoops. Whoops.
Locked on. We've been spotted.
Whoops.
All right, boys. Okay, so here's one of the things I want to talk about just before we move on.
to Path of Exile on the Black Elf thing. And one of the main reasons I want to talk about this is because let's reverse the thing. Let's say the Black Panther movie, one of the tribes in Black Panther had just a random white guy standing around in just like as part of their cadre, who was in tribal clothing just like everybody else. Like he was literally part of one of the tribes. He was wearing all the clothing and he's just standing off in the distance, just standing there. And he's like an ancillary character, right? Like how the fuck did that happen? If you don't explain it, it looks so fucking out of place and so stupid that you're just like, what the fuck? When it could easily be explained by, oh yeah, that guy, he was abandoned as a baby, or we found him like floating in the ocean, or just some random, just any fucking thing you could fucking imagine, right? Just come up with something, and you could just make it. And that's half the problem with this shit that they do is they don't want in-universe reasons. They did this during Veilguard. I remember reading a post where it was like talking about how in Dragon Age 3, where they introduced a trans individual into the game, and the Kunari literally have a word for someone who wants to live as their opposite sex. So if you're a woman and you want to live as a man, you go through, you do your paperwork, you do the things, and you can do it, right? Same with the opposite direction. They have a fucking word for it. And you know what the trans activists did? Do you know what they fucking did? They shat all over it. Called them cowards. Fucking cowards. You cannot appease these people. Because they do not care about the IP. Period. They don't care about the world. They don't care about the lore. They don't give a fuck about video games. They don't give a fuck about the movies. All they care about is themselves and their ideology. That is it. This is why you never give them an inch. If they scream they want a trans person in there, I'm gonna remove every fucking trace of that shit from my fucking video game. Like, I don't want it. I don't want your bullshit. I don't want your fucking religion in my shit. Fuck off. Like, I know I'm being angry. It's just one of those things where it's like, because you can easily do all of these things that they talk about representation and putting these people in there, and you can come up with in-world reasons why these things exist. It's fairly easy, just like they did in Dragon Age 3. Just like I talked about with Lord of the Rings. You could easily add Black Elves, but with the way I described. Just like you could easily add a white character to Black Panther that's literally a part of their kingdom. That's all black in the middle of fucking Africa. You could have a white guy in there. You could have several white guys in there. Or maybe some fucking women too. And you just explain how, it's fairly easy to come up with just a random fucking explanation of how that happened. Right? You know, rescued a family of survivors, and now they're here. They are right. You know, whatever. You could just come up with anything. It doesn't matter. You just have to put in just like the smallest amount of effort. But why don't they put in that effort? Because they don't care about it. They don't care about Tolkien. They don't care about Lord of the Rings. They don't care about Dragon Age. They don't care about any of that shit. They only give a fuck about their goddamn religion. That is it. It's just like Christians trying to put Jesus in fucking everything. Oh, your media offends Jesus, so you can't have that. If you want to have this media, it has to have good Christian messaging in it. Fuck you and your religion. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. That's why you need to, whenever you see this, never give them an inch. Because it's not about having the representation in the game. It's about them having ideological hegemony over you. And if they need to fucking bully you into putting gay and trans people into your video game to do it, they will. 100%. They will make you lose as much money as possible. They don't give a fuck about how much money you make. They don't give a fuck about your company. They don't give a fuck about how many people you employ. They do not care. And until people fucking realize that, and I mean, to be fair, people have already started to realize that's why it's been such a pushback. Because people don't want it. People don't want your bullshit. Hang on a second. Un momento, por favor. I had to check something, sorry. So yeah. It's infuriating me because like at first, like it was like back in the day right? When Sargon of Akkad was still making his videos on feminism, and he's like, oh, if I could only sit down and explain to Anita Sarkeesian why she's wrong about how these video games are misogynistic or any of this other stupid shit. And it took years for all of us to realize is that she doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't care. None of them do. They only care about themselves and their ideology, and that's it. And if you stand in the way of that, they'll lie, cheat, and steal to destroy you. Simple as communists do. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if your path were truly virtuous, you wouldn't need to lie, cheat, and steal to make it manifest into reality. Especially not in a country that is not as nearly corrupt as other places in the world. But unfortunately, lying, cheating, and stealing actually works. I never actually got to play after I got off yesterday. Let's love it. This one doesn't have delirium. This one has delirium and a boss. Let's do it. Let's do this one. Willow. Ooh, corrupted tower. Nice. Let's go, boys. All right, we ready with this? I think we're ready. Inventory's good to go. Let's rock and roll. Sorry, I'm deaf. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. All of the dude bros are down south. A little bit of a, just a little bit of a thingamajigger. Oof, that was loud. It says it has a delirium mirror. Ah, there it is. Okay. All right, boys. Here we go. 1, 2.
They will find you, and they will destroy.
Let's go, buddy. What you got? What you got? Get wrecked. Oh, that's an elite. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, God, what was that? Oh, it was that. Oh, dude. That hurts. Come on in here, boys. No, God, really? Only 2? Ugh. Whoa. Oh, they're lightning resistant. Okay. Well, if you're lightning resistant, then I can do this. Oh, nasty. Boom. Have you tried the fart dart yet? Gas darts that make cloud and use the fire ability to ignite it all? I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but yes. I have used poison and stuff to light it on fire, but it's like a combo thing, and it's really the combos like that kind of. I mean, look at how fast the gameplay is, and then think about how hard it's going to be to do something like that in the midst of all of this when you're trying to dodge and run, and so it's a bit of an ass. It's one of the reasons why that there's another lightning ability where you shoot them up into the sky and they land, but it requires a detonator ability to set them off in a huge explosion. It's too much fucking work for me to like give a single fuck about any of that. Oh, you know what I mean? Cursed me with enfeeble. Oh, dude. Kill that guy.
Not today.
Lightning resistant. Still gonna kill your ass. Get wrecked. Whoa! Somebody's coming for my ass. Come on. Come on. Come on, you limey bastards. Let's go. Is it just you guys? Who's doing the flowers? Who's bringing me flowers? I need that guy to die. Like, really fucking quick. God, it just does so little damage, man. On its own. Alright, so it's the elite over here. Alright, we ready for this? Gonna say no. Still, only level 70. I'm level 76, by the way. So I got 6 levels on these fools. I hate that lightning. It's so annoying. And I see it way too often for my liking. Dude. Ooh, that was nasty, dude. Oh, look how fast I fire. Oh my god, that's hilarious. There we go. Money, 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 money. Money, money, money. Money, money. Oh, this is meant to be a crossbow, not a semi-auto rifle? Son, this is a shotgun. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, and funnily enough, there's actually not a crossbow skill that does a poison cloud. At least I don't think there is. I don't even think there's a crossbow skill that poisons in general that's not a grenade. And the only detonator skills that I have are grenades and explosive shot. I used to use explosive shot to detonate gas grenades. And if you're wondering why it feels like I never have to reload, it's because I have this right here. Supported skills reload automatically on heavy stunning an enemy. So every enemy has like a giant stun bar above their head or on their life bar. And yeah, it works very well. Semi-auto shotgun. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Ugh.
Back down or die.
Sorry. Ox touch? What the fuck does that mean? Oh, it's the spirit thing. Okay, cool. Oh god, run, 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 run. Oh, fuck me. Oh god. Oh. No! No! Oh god! Oh, run, 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 run. Easy. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I lost the thing. Too many enemies, man. Couldn't handle it. I don't move fast enough to kite like that. You know what I mean?
Lock him in!
Oh my god. I just obliterated that elite with the wall, man. That was so great. Ugh. Fucking blood priests, man. Damn, that didn't last at all. That felt like that was like no time at all, man. Oh no! That almost killed me. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, it's still on just chatting? Thank you. Appreciate that. Really? That is odd. But never mind. We're good. Damn, that hurts. Yeah, fixed now. Thank you. Appreciate the backup. Yeah, baby, yeah. Shotgun is for trash. Siege weapons are for big boys.
Lock him in!
Goodbye, motherfucker. Ugh. That's the thing I hate about the circle is that when if you shoot it too close to yourself, you end up trapping yourself in the damn thing.
Ooh, nice.
Did I get? Oh my.
Let's have a look then.
50% bleeding on hit. Wow. Whoa, that's pretty crazy. Pretty good. All things considered. Yeah. Reload. All right, looks like everything is cleared out around the box. Okay, here we go. How did I freeze? Oh, God. I am so surprised that shit did not kill me. Oh, my God. You literally just have to keep moving. I'm just being chased by this stupid bullshit. Oh, thank God. Bleak crossbow. Okay. Ruby ring. All of that for a fucking... Really? A lesser rebirth rune and a handful of gold for all of that work. Wow. Ugh. You know, it might actually be a pretty good idea to bring back Poison Grenade instead of using the Shock Burst rounds, because the Shock Burst rounds don't even do that well against fucking bosses. I mean, it does okay. I love the seat. I love this ability. It's so good. It does so much damage. Da 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 da. And that guy will definitely kill me. Ooh.
That's one down.
Bitch. We get a skill gem? Yeah, so let's check it out. There are no poison arrows, right? So yeah, the only way to do poison on this guy is to use gas grenades. That's the only way to do it. I was thinking about doing this, but it's electrocution damage and it's a 2.5 second freaking delay, right? And it's electrocution buildup, not shock.
Voltaic grenade. Voltaic grenade lets out an electrocuting blast.
And look at that.
Potentially
For
paralyzing enemies it hits.
it took 4 grenades to electrocute that one dude, and most of them were dead by the time it did. So go ahead and upgrade Hailstorm. Hailstorm is pretty good if you can get them to stand in it. All right, let's reload everything. Hailstorm's coming back. Let's let it chill. Reload this as well. I might have to go check on my son. That's kind of weird.
You're dead.
Regular old bolts, baby. Yeah, the poison doesn't do very much damage. I'll say that. Oh, this is gonna be good.
Lock him in!
Lovely, boys.
My pockets are full.
Lovely. All right. So, if me pockets are full, then we should probably... yeah, we should probably go back. Ah!
Have you found more of what we seek? I speak. What can
Let's
I do?
go disenchant. 791 armor. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Making sure it's not got, what does that say? Get rid of you. Nice, got some more tablets. 52 cold resist. $11 decks. Yeah, we're building up a collection. Lightning damage. It's only 10 resist though. Physical, mana, rarity. I mean, mine is real good. It's real good. Super duper fucking good. I just need more fire resist is all. Anywho. Got 64 simulacrum splinters, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Monsters deal 34% of extra... Oh, I thought it said gold. Gold, dumbass. As gold? What? So when they hit me, gold comes out? That would be interesting. I guess. Yeah, hopefully my wife's up. I think she is. So it should be okay. It's Dumas, not dumbass. You know, I actually had an instructor at in A school for mechanic school whose name was Dumas. Just as you spelled it, D-U-M-A-S. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble with my Amazon device. Ruh-roh. Apparently it's time to take my medication. How dare you? Shawshank Redemption was a joke made and was just thinking about it. Oh yeah? Which one? I love that movie. It's such a good movie. Getting as much experience as I can here before we go kill the boss. Probably a little bit over there I could go get, but that's too far away. Yeah, that's right. It's Dumas, not dumbass, yes. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, that's cool.
Chill to the bone.
No! I'll just let him walk through it. He'll eventually freeze himself. What? I totally rolled out of that. Come on. Dude, I hate this fucking boss, dude, for that stupid shit right there. You're fucking kidding me, dude. This is what makes me angry. Not that I died, but that like a good chunk of the experience I gained this entire time just got deleted because I was right outside of that. And he was frozen, so I thought I was safe enough to do what I did. But apparently he was mid-swing, and when he came out of the freeze, he just fucking plopped it right down on my face. I hate this boss, dude. He is such a pain in the fucking dick. Oh, he's resistant to cold. Oh, I see. Okay. That explains a little bit of it. Oh, come on, what? Oh. Come the fuck on, dude. Like, I can't even walk around the arena. It's so fuck... Oh my god. Well, like I said, they're... Like, this is... Golo! What's up, buddy? How you doing? This is why this shit irritates the fuck out of me, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I half just want to say fuck it and just leave the map, do another map, and then come back when there's no boss. Because I do not like fighting this boss. I think his mechanics are fucking retarded. I'm so slow, I can't run away from him like I need to. And on top of fucking that, the arena is so small, he completely covers the entire thing in fucking ice.
Lock him in!
Bullshit! Like, I literally try to dodge both of them, and it just doesn't work. It's so stupid. Dude, come on! What the fuck? There goes all my experience. There it is. Imagine a hardcore run. I don't play hardcore, dude. My first ever POE1 character, hardcore character. When he died, I stopped playing the game. Because you said it's because you dropped the F-bomb. I need to take that. I need to. Not cursing. Yeah. So it's gonna be a minute. Yeah, so I had to go. I needed to go check on my son anyway. But yeah. See, look, how long have I been playing this game? All my experiences, like, it's so goddamn frustrating when I can't make any fucking progress because the mechanics feel like I need to be playing a goddamn Twitch game. And when I say Twitch, I mean like Twitch shooter, where I'm like, I have to play StarCraft at like 5,000 fucking APM, where I'm just doing this all over the fucking place. Like, I don't want to fucking play a game like that. This is supposed to be fucking slow and methodical, and it's doing this fucking bullshit. And the thing that makes me the most mad is I see people who are just blasting through this like it's fucking nothing, and this is my experience. The hell? That's so weird. There it is. Okay. Sorry, I was having some issues with my computer. There we go. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I just need to change it. It's that way because, you know, originally I tried to do no cursing and I tried to make it safe for work, and that was supposed to, like, you know, help my reach and all that other stuff so people could watch me at work and not have to worry about me screaming fuck and all this other stupid shit. But it didn't help at all, and it just frustrates me, and I ended up doing it anyway and having to use like a bleep button. So I just decided to say fuck that. I don't give a fuck no more. I'm a grown-ass man. My shit's not made for kids. If you're a kid, don't tell me you're a kid or I'll ban you. Simple as. Same like the forums used to be back in the day. Yeah, and if you didn't know, I have a really bad problem with anger issues. So, this is not really fucking helping.
Yes.
That shit right there is exactly why I quit playing for this latest update. Is because I just felt like I made this dude and I would just die for no reason. I made a monk and then I got a little bit further and then I would just die for no reason and there was nothing I could do. I would literally run map after map after map and I could not make any fucking progress. Especially when you die once and the map is over.
At least they changed that, so that's good. But like my experience was just like, I got to like level 76 or 78 on my monk, and I literally couldn't progress anymore because I either had to run stuff that was so much lower than me that I needed to run like 5 or 10 maps just to get any experience, right? Any meaningful amount, which took hours. Or if I tried to run something high enough to where I would get at least a little bit of experience, like, you know, that was decent, I would end up dying. And it's shit that's like 5 to 6 levels lower than me. Like, that's the thing that blows my mind. And I'm getting fucking one-shot by a bunch of stupid shit. When I'm like, look at this, dude. 78 evasion, 69 armor. And the dude still damn near one-shot me with every fucking hit. It's like, I know they want their game to be hard. Dark Souls was hard. Elden Ring is hard if you don't know how to play. But once you learn how to play it, it shouldn't be this goddamn hard. And the thing that just makes me so mad is the goddamn experience loss. Because at least in games like EQ, where you do lose experience, you don't get fucking one-shot. Not like that. Not when you're swarmed by like 40 mobs or you're fighting this gigantic boss that can literally just fucking one-tap your face off. It's like, what the fuck is the point? What the fuck is the point of all of these goddamn skills that give me evasion and armor and augment my shit to make me more tanky so that I don't die in one hit when I still die in one hit? All right, we're back. I should be good. Where is it? Okay. So we need to go to blacklisted phrases. Okay. Fuck and fucker are now turned off. We're gonna bring cunt back, cockosaurus, motherfucker, cocksucker. Okay, you're good. All right, I will not get banned by Twitch or YouTube for any of those words. I still have to ban the words that I could get banned for, though. You can actually type it out now. I turned it off. Yeah, see, the real problem with my anger is that I really have to control myself so that I do not destroy things. I'm going to tell you right now, dude, there is nothing more cathartic than taking a stick and beating the fuck out of things with it. Wrong button, sorry.
All right, I'm gonna grab my meds and then we're gonna go. Okay. I've definitely thought about we've got one of those destruction rooms here in Nashville. I've definitely thought about going down there. You get like 30 minutes for like $40. I don't know. I have a feeling they'd charge me more because I'm not some little fucking soy boy. And unfortunately, there's way too many of those motherfuckers around here. Oh. Okay. Like, I saw a video of a bunch of dudes destroying a Tesla with a sledgehammer. And it was possibly some of the most weak sauce shit I've ever fucking seen in mine. Oh yeah, here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's bring it up. Bring it up. It's in London. See, he looks like a relatively fit guy with a sledgehammer on a car. What? 10 seconds. What? You have a sledgehammer and you can't even break the mirror off? Look at this shit. What? Look at this. This is fucking pathetic. Okay, that big boy's doing some work. Look at that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There you go. Ah. Nice. And I'm sitting here like backseat coaching. Could I do a better job? Yes. Yes, I could. And if you want to know how I know that, it's because I have done this before. Just inside of bathrooms, inside hospitals. Yes, I had to demolition an entire hospital bathroom with a sledgehammer all by myself. Floors, walls, tiles, urinals, toilets, the whole fucking nine. They just turned off all the water and let me go to town. So yes, I have done destruction before. And wow. Like, Big Boy at the end was doing some work, but that probably had more to do with his weight than anything. It didn't actually look like he was putting any ass into it. It's like, you guys hate this guy so much, and you want to be, you know, part of the revolution, and you can't even put some ass into your sledgehammer? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And several of them couldn't even use their PPE properly. That shit was hilarious. Like, literally, can't even swing a sledgehammer because your PPE's on wrong. Oh. Just gonna say, if they really are part of the resistance, they're fucked. They are so fucked. All right, so I think we're gonna go. I think we're gonna do a little bit of shenanigans here, and we're gonna go with skills. Poison. POI. Poison grenade. Boom. I wonder if the bursting plague is worth it. That's some nice attack speed. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, that's right. You just click the button and it does it. And then... Are you for real? That doesn't detonate it? No way. Really? It causes a fire explosion. Bro. That is such weak sauce. That is such weak sauce. I was about to say, I know I killed that dude. Got all the spirit, right? All the spirit. Okay. I don't know why I did that. Anyway. So I can't detonate the grenades. Break armor. %30 more damage. I mean, breaking armor is not really that great because it's not going to do that much damage, right? I was hoping I'd be able to explode it with this. But I'm either going to have to use another grenade. Right? Yeah, I'm going to have to use something like explosive grenade. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. How long that bitch takes. And explosive shot is a detonator, I think. Does it not say? Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, it's up here. Detonator. Where is this? Siege Cascade. Why does it say sustained? It's kind of weird. Yeah, I wanted to use these.
Storm blast bolts stick.
Because they're pretty cool.
Storm blast bolts stick into the ground. They can be detonated to create lightning explosions.
But
use a detonating skill like explosive grenade to set them.
You need a detonating skill, yeah. So the only one that works is explosive shot. Which if I'm using, I mean, I guess I could bring back explosive shot instead of this to detonate that. But that just seems like a lot of work I don't need to do, right? Yeah, 1,500 damage. Total damage 2,000. 2-meter impact radius. Yeah, without the ability to detonate it, I just don't know if I should use it or not. Stormbolt rounds are just they're not the shock burst rounds. They just don't feel very good.
The pulse is insane. It does so much damage. But they have to be shocked. Or electrocuted for that to work. I really don't want to go back to using explosive shot as my mainstay. I really don't. Explosives, detonator, not a detonator, not a detonator. That's explosive shot as a detonator. I don't understand the point of artillery ballista at all.
Artillery ballista is an emplacement that launches long-range heavy bolts at your enemies. It won't fire if its target is too close.
Because they just walk up and attack it anyway.
Is an
And it looks like it does about the same amount of damage as the ballista. In fact, it is the same damage. Fires 3 projectiles. 0.5 meters. I mean, I guess it's good if they're like fighting my icicles so I can throw some more shit in there, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess I could play around with it. I mean, I could always lose Siege Cascade and do Explosive Shot instead. That might be a good idea, actually. Yeah, let's try it. I mean, I could get rid of Hailstorm rounds and still use Siege, but it is what it is, right? And fire damage. 60% chance to explode on death. Area of effect. And what else do we want on this bad boy? Level 1 fire skills. Yeah, that it really doesn't do it. See, wildfire's pretty blah. Ignite, inevitable critical. That might actually be a good one. Nimble reload. I got that on that though, don't I? No, I took it off. Oh. 0.8 reload seconds. 0.8 reload seconds. 0.8 reload time. It's already got magnified effect. Yep. Do I do scatter shot? I don't want to do scatter shot. We could do inevitable critical. We could do ignition as well. I think it already knocks enemies back on hit. So many colored rocks in them. So where are... Let me see. I could do fire exposure. I mean, I could do wildfire too. Do wildfire. I wanted something that would do more damage, but I don't really have anything because I'm using all my elemental damage stuff on other things. Right? Elemental damage. Yep. Cannot inflict elemental ailments. Yeah, I'm putting it all on Herald of Ice and shit. Which does so much damage. We could put that on... You know what? I could move this up here. I'd have to get rid of that though. 8,000. So no more exploding on death. Wildfire also isn't there. Is there a fire pin? What is it called? Penetration. Okay. Fire penetration. Yeah, that's probably going to be it. %20 damage, more support penalty. Wow. 20% more damage. Can I use that in that skill? Does that even work? Oh shit, where did it go?
Reloading.
Oh yeah, you pretty much stop on a dime. Look at that. Yeah, okay. But what that means is I can do this, or more likely I can do this, and then do this, and boom. I do wish that there was an ability that made it arc so it could go over the wall. That would be pretty cool. All right.
What is it? What can I do for you?
All right, I guess we're just going to rerun the map that I died on. Might as well. Actually, I could just go on to the next map, so fuck it. I'm just going to go on to the next map. I don't care. If I don't actually have to do it, I could just use it later for experience or something. Oh, wow. This map. Wow. Okay. All right. One's...
Alrighty, boys. Here we go. You ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Gotcha, bitch. I don't even have one yet. Look, oh man, come on, dude. Can I do both of these at the same time? Does that work? Fuck it, let's do it. Yes. Yes, actually, it does. Oh, bullshit. Bitches. Oh, boo. And I still didn't get buff 3, man. Assuming it gives me like epic regen or something. It just eats the shit out of them. Wow. Come on, boys. What you got?
Who's next?
Boom! Boom. Yeah, it works. Okay.
Gotcha, ho. Okay, yeah. Explosive shot is doing work. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it really depends, man. Both of them. Yeah, I'm kind of torn between all my abilities. It's like I don't want to just use one element because, as you've seen, sometimes that shit'll like bite you in the ass. When you run into a boss who's literally immune to like half your damage.
You're done. Out of mana.
Damn, dude, he is still alive. Oh my god, dude. This is ridiculous.
Need more mana.
Ugh. Bam. All right. Sweet. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know. Explosive shot is not. It doesn't. It feels great, but it's just like before. It's not pulling its weight. And I guess the only time I need to whip it out really is when I've got something that needs to that is immune to lightning and or cold, and it's really, really tough. I wish I could go full RPG launcher. That would be great. But unfortunately, or excuse me, I did that actually. That was the way my build was at first, where explosive shot was my main thing. I'd throw these down and then go. And it does amazing amounts of damage because of the cold explosion. Because, of course, I set it up to attack these bitches, and I just get fucking ramshackled by all these other assholes. Lovely. God damn it.
Boom! There it is. And still got one more over here. Okay. It was hiding behind the simulacrum. Yeah, I don't know, man. Explosive shot just isn't. I'm not feeling it. Because, I mean, I had, like, triple burst on it and all that other stuff. And, I mean, it's cool because it detonates. And it does a lot of fucking damage. But it just... It's... I don't know. You know what I mean? Pretty good. Especially with the heavy stun. Reload! And there it is. Full. Oh, wow. I am actually full. That's a level 16 gem. All right, well, I guess we'll just come back. Yep. Oh, let's go, boys. Excuse me. But like I said, yeah, I used to be full explosive shot and glacial shot, and it just felt weak after a while because of the limitations of how explosive shot flies through the fucking air.
Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Nice. There we go.
What can I do for you?
106 increased evasion and armor. It's got 44 spirit on it. Still not gonna be enough though, man. What about you? 89% elemental damage. Jeez.
Find more reach remnants from
So we're gonna go stuff. What the hell is it? Oh, it's here. Physical damage, 99 lightning, physical, there it is, 40% elemental. Place that bad boy with that. And once we get enough of those thingamajiggers, we'll be able to...
Have you found more? Find more reach remnants for my research. Have you found more wood?
Can level gas grenade up? Sure, why not? Why not? Not gas grenade's fault, right? Still haven't added them. Boo! Boo!
My son is picking up a chair in his room and tilting it over and just letting it drop, and it's going about the entire house. It's just funny. Thought I'd share. Okay.
Reload.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's because I've got the way I've got it. It's super slow. It's only got one shot. All right, let's get out of here. So maybe we try something else. Maybe we try something else.
Go on. Time is of the essence.
So if I were to do this, physical. Why won't it let me bind? What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Okay. Cannot use in there. Lovely. Need to put this back there so we can do that. Doesn't have an area of effect. But doesn't lower the physical damage, it just increases the fire. Okay, so it'll set them on fire. Sweet. Don't really know how much I like that, but whatever. I just want to try some new shit. I'm tired of doing the same old stuff, essentially. Oh, we've already got auto reload. Double barrel. I could grab that. Brutality. Yeah, that could be good. Aim. Fork. That could be hilarious. Already using discombobulate? What the fuck am I using discombobulate in? Oh, okay, there we go. Let's put that on here. I don't have brutality. It's a level 1 ability, right? Wow, it's actually less damage than the fire. Look at that. 905. Because it adds it. And this takes away the fire damage. Yeah, see. No, nothing for that. And last but not least, we go with double barrel for 2 or the fork. Let's do with fork.
So now I have no fire damage. Oh. But let's be real, that's not going to be true. Because we're going to get rid of the gas grenade. I don't, like it does like, it feels like it does almost no damage. So, not going to worry about it. Even more damage. Bam. Okay. It's not bad. And what is that for? Is in case I get a freeze on a big boss, instead of doing this, because it'll do a lot of damage, I can do this and then that. And it just annihilate the fuck out of them. That's what I'm looking for. It also has a really heavy stun, I think. And if I could build up days on a boss, that means it won't be able to do shit to me. All right. All right, let's do another one. I don't have to leave for quite a little while, so we've got more than enough time. Let's roll this one again. Get that experience. I want to get my experience back. It does a pretty good amount of damage. Wow. Been a while since I used it. You know what's better? That. Yeah, I guess I just don't need any of that shit. What I need is something else, I think. We're going to bring back the turret. I really didn't want to mess with it. That is why I wanted to keep it. Is so I can do the combo when I need to. Why are the trees fucking blocking my siege weapons? Like, this is so annoying. Ugh, right in the face. Come on, boys. Ugh. Fucking wreck. Okay, yeah, let's go that way. I didn't realize there was a dude all the way up there, too.
Lock him in!
Oh. You see how much life it took off of him with the explosion? Oh my god, it hurts. It hurts. Yes, feel the death, motherfucker. There we go. Damn. There we go. Now I have a single target tap. Because this thing doesn't work very well on single targets, but it works really well on groups.
Misery.
Get wrecked. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this now. Oh, that was so nasty. Okay, that was very sexy. That was very sexy. I even used it on him after he was unfrozen, and it still destroyed his fucking face. Because it's just pure physical damage, not ailment damage. So that's the strength of the galvanic shards, is that they are AoE chain. So every enemy that gets hit by them, like, creates like this chain reaction where the ability chains between them. Makes it really fucking effective at killing large groups of enemies. Especially when you kill one with shock. And then you get the 35 damage bonus on life. Look at that, dude. Just annihilation, man. Fucking group of casters just going to town. They never learn, do they? Oh god. Round him up. Oh, it's so good. So good, baby. So good. I mean, you know, I really shouldn't complain overly much considering how many times I run into like a gigantic group of dudes and I just immediately eviscerate them. So, yeah.
All in a day's work.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Weak animal.
Why do... Wait. Why do sometimes I feel like I get... Oh, that's right. It has I have a 15% chance not to use a bolt. That's what it is. Yeah, flat 15% chance not to use a bolt. That's what was going on there. I was like, why am I getting 2 shots on that when I've only got 1? What the hell? Oh. It just goes back to the beginning. And there you have it, folks. That was hilarious. I actually thought I was about to be dead there because they got me. Right? They got me cornered. But nope. Tango prevails. All right, we got 1 more elite.
One down. Who's next?
It's an elite slayer. That's what it's for. Like they walk through it. Boom. Oh, you want to stand next to the walls? Sure. We can do that. Did I just get like 3 lucky hits in a row to where it gave me the auto reload? Like I was like, what the hell? Why is it happening so much?
Lock him in!
Oh, long range shotgun to the face. They see me rolling. Oh. See, when I'm actually like able to actually kill things and not die, I feel pretty good. To be fair, it's not that was a really juiced up map where they were doing like 30% extra damage, it's cold and shit. So that probably had more to do with why I died than just. I wanted to do this map to get some more experience. Some of that experience. I guess it would probably be a good idea if I was more strategic with my maps, right? Instead of using juiced up maps to do like bosses and stuff, do other stuff. All right, we're gonna head down here, and then I think we're gonna get the hell out of here. This map is over. Yes, indubitably, my friend. Do Bobby Blue. At some point, I will learn how to speak proper English. Until then, you'll just have to decide. Damn, that was kind of cool. alpha my ass. A full magic pack. Eviscerated. Didn't even have to reload. All I got to do is stun one and it reloads. Every time I get a stun, it reloads. Every single time. And I have a 15% chance to reload automatically, or not to use the bolt, I guess it is. Right? It's, if you look at it right here. Oh, it's only level 11. Oh, that's hilarious. It's not even fully powered up. That's great. Yeah. Where is it? An ammunition. There it is. Chance to not consume bolt. All right, I need to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Now, what I'm really wondering is if I shouldn't make my shotgun fire. Right? That's what I'm really wondering.
What can I do?
Instead of giving it the physical damage bonus, give it fire. Instead, it would increase the damage by a significant amount. A not insignificant amount.
Yes.
What do we got here? Rarity, cold, and cold damage. I guess we'll keep it. I really do want better boots. I really, really do. They're really good boots. Don't get me wrong. They are really good boots. They have all the good shit on them. So I shouldn't be overly pissy about it.
Next time.
So its current reload speed is 5.6, so just over half a second. So 30% of 50 would be 15, right? Or excuse me, let's see, 30% of 100 is 30. So 30% of 50 should be 15. Right? So that would add, that would take it up to 0.7 to reload. Right? No, that's not it. Culling strike are checked before damage of the hit is applied. So they have to be under the threshold before it hits them for it to apply. I'm pretty sure that's what that's saying.
Did I move it to another ability? Oh, yes. I put it on Siege Cascade, which I did not use at all that entire time. Yeah. So if I take, that goes from 1700, 412. Wow. Yeah, because it's main fire damage. Yeah, that's crazy. Do I want to give that to you? I mean, I guess that's just going to be... I guess it's fine. Yeah, it doesn't really need to be much more than that, right? Yeah, not really. Could just use double barrel. But... Alright. I guess we're just gonna leave it be for now. I'll figure it out. Ugh. Okay. Are we good now? Okay, good. Yeah. All right, we're gonna sell all these.
More otherworldly remnants.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, that just says patches of shot ground on it. Okay. Magic chests. Yuck. Ooh, a delirium map. Go. Let's get it, boys. Oh, also, I should look into using a delirium stone here in a little bit to get some more experience. I think you can juice the shit out of your experience with delirium stones if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. All right, before we do any of this, I need to take a quick... Excuse me, just give me a second here. All right, there we go. Lovely. Are we doing it, boys? I think we're doing it. 1,
2. We put one there. Okay.
Your life will leave no trace.
Get wrecked, bitches! Go, 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 go! Hustle! Hustle, 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 hustle.
Another notch on the helmet.
90% days. Get fucked. There it is. Mom. What? No, why are you closing so fast? God damn it. I thought... Did I get it? I did. Woodman's Locker. Okay.
Need more mana. Down.
Oh, I was eating my own mana there. Because I was doing the same thing. Well, that's something good to know is that killing elites will definitely increase the timer. That's crazy. Like, look at that, dude. I got the 3. Yeah. It's not going up anymore. Did it glitch out? Okay, there we go.
Back down or die.
Let's go. Boom. Have you ever tried other XCOM-like games? A few. That game that was made by the guy who made the original XCOM, I forget what it's called at the moment. That was a pretty fun game. The mechanics were broken as fuck, and I didn't like it. Once you got to the end game, I didn't like it after that because it felt convoluted. Just I forget what it was called, but yeah, it was all right. Like I said, until I got to the end game, and then I didn't like it anymore.
Yep. Phoenix Point. Yeah, that's it. Phoenix Point was the one I was referring to, yeah. And I mean, it was, like I said, it was okay. It just, by the time I got to the end game, I didn't like it anymore. Because I was doing the same shit over and over and over again on the same missions, the same fucking maps. On the same fucking maps. And it was just boring. But and the thing that really frustrated, and the funny thing is, had it just been redoing the same shit over and over again on the same maps, I probably wouldn't have been too bothered by it. The real problem was not having to do it over and over and over and over again. It was the fact that I kept having to do missions to get resources where I had to go raid an enemy. And so it was the same maps, the same enemies, and every time I raid, I'd lose at least a little, so much of another resource that I'd have to go do another raid and another raid and another raid. So I'd do like 5 missions, and only one of them was like a story or like some other type of mission where I'm literally just having to farm resources just to be able to like do like 3 or 4 farming runs that are boring, same, repetitive, just to be able to do something new and interesting, like go conquer some of the bugs or any of that other stuff. I wanted to fight the actual enemies, not the fucking other factions, just over and over and over again. Because no matter how good you are at it, it always feels like you're going to take damage, and if you take damage, then you're always going to lose resources, and if you always lose resources, if you always lose resources, then you constantly have to go back and forth between doing what I just described.
Dodge this!
Got him! It did have some quite interesting changes from XCOM with the body parts, projectiles actually being... I did love that, and I like the fact that you could actually aim with your dudes. I really thought all that stuff was great, and if they added shit like that to XCOM, it'd be awesome. The other thing I really liked is that instead of doing like the 2 action point system, it had a very granular action point system, which was based on a stat that you had that you could upgrade if you wanted or get other stuff if you wanted that. But what that meant is that you could move, you could potentially move, shoot, move again so that you can get back into better cover or concealment or just stay out of the way of everything. And that's why I wanted to play that game, because it felt like that's what I felt like XCOM really needs to evolve. And it just feels like nobody gives a fuck about XCOM, even though it's like super popular with its own crowd, and they'd probably make a shit ton of money with an XCOM 4 or excuse me, XCOM 3. I mean, I don't see them doing it, and I also don't see them doing it in a way that like actually matters. That's the really sad part. Yeah, that's the really sad part. Because I had all these like grand and lofty hopes for XCOM 3, all the, you know, where they're basically using the Cygate like a Stargate, and it would have so much, you know, repetitive gameplay to be able to go out into back into the galaxy, and yeah, just and from playing both of the newer XCOM games, I just have a feeling, especially with XCOM 2, because what the problem is that I allowed the fact that XCOM 2 had so many mods and all that other stuff to like cloud my judgment when it came to how good the people that made XCOM were. Because don't get me wrong, they're great, right? Especially because they allowed their game to be modded the way it was. My big contention is that they left the game like half-assed complete. It was broken in so many ways, and it was only modders that fixed it on the back end. And Long War, even though they hired the people who did Long War originally to make a Long War 2, Long War 2 really wasn't complete either. And they didn't do Long War for War of the Chosen expansion, which was a complete misstep in my opinion. And so it had to be community driven. And because of that, and because the game is buggy in and of itself, and it's heavily modded to have War of the Chosen be converted in a Long War, it just makes the game unplayable for me because I want to be able to play it on the hardest difficulty and not have it bug the fuck out. And I just can't. True. You're very true, Akana, but that kind of made it pretty cool, in my opinion. I actually kind of like that. Contains identified items, cast lightning storm. I don't have a regal orb. So yeah, it really felt. I really had once I had all those. Dude, that is crazy. Reduced attribute requirements. Ugh. 7,000. 3,000. Not leveled up. That's. What the fuck? Oh, that scared the shit out of me, dude. Blaze, greetings and salutations, my friends. 34 months. Thank you very much, dude. It lied? Yeah. Yeah, right. I tried to go for the thing and I got annihilated. That hurt my pride more than anything else. Especially considering I did so good on this map before this. Oh, there it is. Blaze giving out them bad boys. Thank you, sir. I very much appreciate it. How many was that? 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, sir. And for all your support. I very much appreciate it, dude. You are the man. Absolutely, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How have you been, my friend? How long have you been lurking? That's my real question. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Cheers, my dude. Pow. Now that I'm not about to die. Just got here nice. Time to get drunk. Woo!
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit.
Yeah, the wife doesn't have to go to church till way later, so.
Not all who want.
Why the fuck is this guy here? Oh, Blaze, my dude, my bro, my homie. Activating the most amazing trap card in human civilization with the double sip. Oh, my goodness. So, my dudes, my bros, my homies, if you would please grab your cup, your mug, your glass, your taker, chalice, or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug, a flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like. That's right. It's the morning coffee. Deliciously, magnificently tango made. Enjoy me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauces that is the simultaneous sip. This time in double form, and it's happening right freaking now. Go. Oh my god. Word of advice, don't chug coffee. Oh my goodness. Oh, well done, boys. Well done. Okay, now if I could just not die this time, that'd be. But you see how like it looked like I just got one shot, and it's because I got hit by a bolt of lightning, and one of those dudes hit me. Ow. Damn it. Dude. It like predicts where you're gonna go. That's crazy. Like I died at the very last part of it. Look at that. That's some bullshit. Oh. Gadoosh. Yeah, it really doesn't feel like I need Siege Cascade, to be quite honest. What's the other fire stuff that I have? Rapid shot is fire damage, right? Gain fire damage as you base heat. Heat also grants damage to grenades you fire, but dissipates rapidly when not building up. Charges for 800% of tack time before using, when you have no heat.
Rapid shot heats up your crossbow as you continue to shoot, healing more damage the hotter it gets. Grenades also gain extra damage from heat.
Yeah, just not feeling that. So it's that or basically explosive shot. Cluster grenade is fire damage, isn't it? Fire damage, yeah. And 75 bolts per clip. And it only adds 60% to fire. But again, that's not really going to do much unless I need to do fire damage, right? And I mean, the Siege Cascade is pretty good at doing fire damage, so I can actually make it work. Yes. All right. Let's just keep going.
Need to create a complete. Find more breach revenues for my research. You found more bodies.
We're just going to disenchant that. Why the hell did I pick that up? It's already got more armor. Look at that shit. Level 70. Miracle Mitts. Okay. All right.
Hello.
Okay, so we've got a potential replacement for my gloves. It gives 15 strength, always good. That's HP. It gives cold resist. I'd lose 18 fire resist, which means I would be down very, very low. That's not good. So, come on, fire resist. Life. Attack speed. Oh my god, look at the armor. And cold damage to attacks. I'm at 52 cold resist. I mean, it looks like we have a winner here. Do I have any? What is that? Max life, stun, max life, dex. Okay, so we go here. Where's fire resist? Fire resist.
I'm still gonna lose fire resist. That's so. You want to know why I'm doing this? It's because I want to. It's because it gives me the same amount of evasion on my gloves. That's why. I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna hit it. 393. 400. Boom. 403, baby. And it has attack speed. That is crazy. That is crazy good. Yeah, see, I still lost fire resist. I need to get more goddamn fire resist, dude. My distances suck ass. They're all kinds of jacked up. Well, that worked out pretty well for me, all things being considered. 70, boys. I'm at 70.
Yes.
Do I corrupt it? Do I corrupt it? Maxed out. Do I corrupt it? Do I fuck it up? Let's roll the dice. Come on, no whammies. Damn it. Didn't do shit. $80 evasion. 71 armor. This is what I'm talking about, dude. I have some like stacked stats. And because of this ability right here, +1 to evasion rating per 1 armor on equipped gloves. So that means my gloves not only give me 403 armor, it also gives me 403 evasion rating. Correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It also gives me attack speed and cold damage, apparently. Now, if I could just find better boots, we'd be in a good spot. Whoops. So, if I put these on, we have movement speed, but I lose armor and evasion. And lightning resist, yeah. I can't lose any more fire resist, man. That's like half my problem. I got a bunch of money now though, so we could evasion. Shield.
You want the premium deals, I see.
1 to 57 lightning, Jesus. 23 chaos resist. Holy crap. And the thing about it is that if I had more resistances on my items, I wouldn't have to put 14 fire resistance in it. I could get more armor and evasion. But if I did that, I would literally be negative fire resist, which would be. Oh, and that's armor, not armor and evasion, so. $49 spirit.
Watch out for spiders.
Hello there.
Figure I could buy a few. We'll see. 10% movement speed. Hello, armor and evasion rating. Level 70. That one right there might be worth a little bit. Mana, rarity, attributes. I'm going to spend 10k a click. I'm at least going to get a regal shard out of it if I can. Movement speed. All right. Good start. %, movement, armor and evasion, max life, chaos resist. Bro, look at that armor. And it's got one of the shittiest fucking things on it. Fucking reduced attribute. I wish they would just get rid of that shit. It's so fucking annoying. It's literally the worst goddamn thing to put on there. Anything else would be better. Look at how much that... Dude. Bro. That is something else. Wow. But I mean, if I throw a bunch of stuff at it and I can't get, I could sacrifice the cold, but I can't sacrifice lightning. Resistance. Look, dude. Oh my god. Like, the funny thing is, this one's better because it just gives more flat stats. By a significant amount. At least it doesn't have reduced attribute requirement on it. All right, we need to stop. I'm burning through my stuff. All right, let's do. I've got 8. Movement speed. None of them have movement speed that I want. Lovely. Literally, it re-rolled the armor and evasion rating stat. Man, fuck you, dude. One, 2, 3. It's got 5 already. So I'm gonna lose. Nine fire resistance, 20 lightning, 28 cold. I just blew 200,000 gold to do this. Yep, I sure the fuck did. Came out of it with pretty much nothing. Lovely, ain't it? I mean, it's not all bad. That's just the way the RNG rolls, right? But it's why I get so frustrated with these maps when it's like I can't make any progress. Like, look how long I've been playing the game, and my experience bar was like right here. 150% stun buildup, you say? Completed, it is. Expedition. Very nice. Ugh. The unfortunate thing is I am now out of coffee.
Lord, you are murdering innocent souls.
Lightning bird!
Go, 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 go.
All in a day's work.
And there it is, baby. What is this? I couldn't read what the shrine was, and I don't want to get one that's gonna, like, give me enlightening shrine. What the hell's that do? Oh, increased experience. Oh, hell yeah. Doesn't say how much. Even with 150% stun resistance? Oh no, they have 150% stun buildup. Never mind. Come on.
Not today. Back, face.
Oh, boo! There we go. Phew. Okay. 5 splinters. Hell yeah, dude. Whoa!
Another notch on the helmet.
Ugh. Oh. Oh, he explodes corpses. Oh, that's great. Look at those resistances, man. If only. If only. Oh, it's so nice. You know, I don't think the fork thing is working. You know what I mean? Doesn't look like it is anyway. Pierced projectiles fork. Okay, I'm not really sure how that's supposed to work, but you know what? Let's just roll.
Killing time.
No! Damn it. Ooh, nice. Irradiated. Hell yeah. Nice. Ugh. Bro. That shotgun. The shotgun with the ice wall is like devastating as all hell, man.
Back down or die.
Motherfucker. You mine, son. Mine. It is fun. It really is fun. Frag rounds? Yep. I'm just seeing how well this works. Using the walls as damage. Okay. Look at that. Whoa, what the fuck was that?
Simple enough.
Bitch. You know what I mean? It's always good when they explode like that, huh? Whoa!
Wild creature! All in a day's work.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it? Because I could almost get rid of Herald of Lightning and not use Lightning anymore. And just use these. Like use Cold and with the fragmentation grenades, and that would allow me to use Herald of Ash and Herald of Ice, and then I could replace Herald of Thunder with the Caltrops again. Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, this is awesome, but it works really well against large groups of dudes.
Lightning bird!
Right? Like that. Yeah, like if I moved, say, this one to this one. So now, every time this thing stuns, it's gonna reload automatically. Did it just obliterate him? I think it did. Dude, this is crazy. Take out fork and put in double barrel, 2 shots. Damn, son. Like, I actually think I found something that's going to work really, really well. And I can alter my skill tree to use it, right? Instead of coming from here, I could... Well, yeah. See, that's lightning damage, pin, shock, pin. I would have to... Oh, yeah, just one here. Get elemental damage. Boom, boom. Yep. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2. And then I'd have 3 more. That's so dumb, dude. I hate that. Yeah, it really feels like it's not very good. Anyway, let's continue. We're experimenting. So let's do this. All right. So we're using the ice combo.
Lock him in!
Put the shotgun there and that there. Yeah. That way it's easy to hit.
Hail!
Oh, God. Just murder, dude. Straight murder. Okay, well, this is crazy. Like, it is basically one-shotting every fucking thing. And it still reloads fast as hell. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, one of the reasons why I have so many of these is because I have so much spirit, because that's just the way it is. Monster experience. No. 100% increased, 40% increased damage. X. Cannot be crits. 15% life missing. Licked bleeding. Rarity of items dropped. Quantity of items found in excavated chests.
Taking on some serious danger, I see.
That one is right there. So let's hit this. That got both of those. Do the poles represent anything, or is it just these? Can't remember.
That one'll bring up some worthy baubles.
If they light up, see? Go there. There. And here. All right. Sweet. Are you ready, boys? Skadoosh.
Rat! Another notch on the oven. My pockets are full.
Holy shit, they are. All right, let's head back. Oh, fuck.
You're dead!
Ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. What is it? Go. Identify. Oof.
Yes.
Disenchant. And blind enemies with attacks and bow.
They'll be here.
Ooh, level 16. What is it? Monk, Herald Device. There we go. Cool. Level 16 Spirit Gem. Four thorns damage. Lightning resist, fire resist. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's disappointing. Maybe the second charm isn't what I need. Maybe I do need to get the belt with the lightning resist. It's got 24 fire resistance on it. 20% of flask is recovered instantly. That's pretty good. Armor, mana, strength. This one has 25 strength on it. And life. See if we can get some more resistances. Well, that didn't quite work out. I want that fire resist. This one has 33 fire resist. And now it gives me even more armor. And regen. Fuck it. Here we go. Where's there? All right. So, tablets. What is this? Waystones, irradiated, and experience. 5 splinters. I'm up to 75, baby. Ooh. Maximum energy shield? God damn, son. Honestly, yeah, let's go there. Okay. Ugh. Nice, got 11. And we whooped that ass on that one. All right.
What can I do for you?
Okay, so.
I speak.
It just sucks I have to do all of it this way. Right? Because to get up here, I have to come all the way back down here. So I have to do this. Let's go Dex, I guess. This is all elemental damage, so I want all of it. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Where did I get another one? I could get another charm slot there. 1, 2, 3. Right? Did it take my fucking money? You've got to be fucking kidding me, dude. Where did these extra 3 passive points come from? What the fuck? Did it not take my money?
Speak.
What the hell's going on? Oh, wait, it just glitched out. Okay, fair enough. What I don't understand is why it still says this. Attack damage, stun buildup with melee. Melee. One-handed weapons, one hand, 3, one hand. Okay. Oh my goodness. Evasion. I could get 2 evasion there. Accuracy, 30 to accuracy, 10 accuracy rating. Attack speed. I don't want that. Area of effects. This is all 2-hand damage. 10 strength, 10 dex. Stun build up, 40 damage. Okay. Attack speed, dex. Attack speed, accuracy. Huh. Could give me 5% attack speed, then 10% attack speed with 10% accuracy and 5 to dex. I could put it in armor and evasion. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Stun build up. Oh, I don't know about that. We could come down here and get this jewel, actually. Why can't I take these back? It's like glitching out or something, man. I don't know what the fuck this thing is doing. Making it on my fucking nerves, that's for sure. This is why I was like, oh, I probably shouldn't do this right now. Because I knew this was going to happen. Okay. And then... two...
What I was thinking.
Wait, it worked. Okay. So shock, attack rating, magnitude. Excellent. Lightning damage, shock duration, mana flash charges gain. Okay. Physical damage, magnitude. Man on kill. Cold damage, chaos damage, critical damage bonus. Elemental damage, slowing potency debuffs. It's 3. Cold damage, chill. Attack damage, stun buildup. Fire damage. Night. I think that's pretty much going to be it. Was that 12%? Warcry speed. I don't do any chaos damage at all. That's all poison stuff. Hold and curse. Attack speed with bows. Okay. Hold damage, crit, mana on kill. Damage with crossbows. Oh my god, yes. I'm just going to leave it exactly the way it is. Game, really? Bro, look at this bullshit. It's like glitched the fuck out. God damn it. Alright. I'm just gonna fucking go back in and we're just gonna This is so fucking stupid. I don't know why it's doing this. I have no fucking clue. Nice. We got 5 sun artifacts. Tablets. Nothing there. Okay. Got 1 elite left. Let's go kill his ass, and then we can finish. I think I'm probably gonna get off after this, so I just want to let you guys know. Because, you know, for some reason, my fucking tree... Like, look. See? It's... Maybe it's because the maps are open. Maybe that's what it is.
Bloody horrors!
Definitely sounds like a shotgun, doesn't it? Very nice. Very nice. There it is. Yeah, it's really good for killing a lot of them little guys. Whoa. So I might actually keep it for that. And I guess we keep Siege Cascade in case I run into those enemies that require me to like stay way the fuck back. Because it has like basically unlimited screen range.
Lock him in!
Look at that shit. No. Oh, nice. Rolled straight through him after it, too. Little biatch. Yeah, it feels like Ice Wall Shotgun is the way to go, man. You know what I mean? That's what it's looking like. Look at that, dude. Just boom, boom, boom. God, that's crazy damage. And so the real question is, do I go back to... Do I go back to... the other Herald skills? Like, do I go back to... Caltrops? I think I do. But anyway, that's going to be it for today, my dudes. We're gonna cut it off there. So thank you very much for being here. I love your faces, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, bros.